How are we doing on quorum?
Almost there. Actually, I think we may have just passed it.
Secretaries, what do you say?
Yeah, we've passed quorum. But Rebecca can chime in. Oh, try that again, Rebecca.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still only have 23 and we need 20. Oh, Lori Borges, we're at quorum. Thank you.
We're down to 47 members total.
Yeah, we're good. Yeah.
I think you'd still need 24.
Yeah, I know. Just
okay, great. Let's start. So welcome everybody to the February full board meeting for Community Board 8 Manhattan. Just going to remind everybody, if you want to speak in the public session, you have to have signed up online when joining the meeting, and there's still time to sign up. If you want to speak in the public session, you have until 6:45 to sign up. So with that, let's go to the first item on the agenda, which is a public presentation from Weill Cornell Medicine about the building that they're building on 1393 York Avenue.
Okay, if you're going to be making that presentation, please use the raise hand button so we can find you. I see you, Dan. Give me 1 second.
Okay, thanks, Will.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dan Pole. I'm Executive Director of Government and Community Relations at Weill Cornell Medicine. I'll introduce our other speakers in a few moments, but first I want to thank Community Board 8 for giving us an opportunity to speak about this exciting new project tonight. And I also want to thank and acknowledge Reverend Roy Cole from the Church of the Epiphany, who is in attendance this evening. Weill Cornell Medicine acquired the property on which this project will happen from the Church of the Epiphany in 2019. So this is the culmination of a long process that spans the COVID-19 pandemic. Weill Cornell Medicine is the medical school of Cornell University. We have approximately 1,300 students in New York City. Of these 1,300 students, approximately 375 are medical students. Another 100 are pursuing joint MD, PhD degrees, and the remainder are PhD students or master's degree students. Those PhD students are studying in the laboratories of our scientists who are conducting medical research in pursuit of scientific discoveries and clinical therapies. And we also have approximately 1,700 physicians who are educating the students and providing patient care. That patient care is delivered on several campuses of New York Presbyterian, in addition to the hospital on the main campus at East 68th Street. They are also at New York Presbyterian locations in Lower Manhattan, Brooklyn, and Queens. They're also seeing patients at our ambulatory care facilities and physician offices at many locations on the Upper East Side and others in Manhattan, Brooklyn, and Queens. Today's presentation is focused on the construction of a new student residence on the northwest corner of York Avenue and East 74th Street. This will be the first new building Weill Cornell Medicine has constructed since completion of the Belfer Research Building in 2013. This is an as-of-right project, meaning that we will not be seeking variances or a zoning change for this project. And with that, I will introduce the others on the Zoom today. They are Dr. Yoon Kang, Weill Cornell Medicine's Senior Associate Dean for Education, Dimitri Konon, Weill Cornell Medicine Assistant Vice Provost of Capital Planning, Rob Goodwin, Perkins and Will Principal Design Director, and Christina DeRose, Weill Cornell Medicine's Director of Leasing and Space Management. And with that, I will hand the microphone over to Dr. Kang.
Thank you. Is there a slide deck, Christina?
I think Dr. Kang needs to be unmuted.
Thank you so much. So thank you, first of all, to all of you for allowing us to talk a little bit about this new student residence. I just, want to begin by talking a little bit about the medical school itself. Next slide, Christina. So, while Cornell Medicine, the medical school has been part of this community for quite some time. We've been affiliated with New York Presbyterian since the early 1900s. And of course, we're fortunate that we are, a top-ranked medical school. And our mission, has three parts. First and foremost, it's patient care, and then there's discovery in terms of biomedical sciences. And then, obviously teaching the future physicians and healthcare leaders. Next slide.
Sorry.
That's okay. So in terms of the student, population there, you can see them at their white coat ceremony from 2 years ago, prior to COVID. So our students, we're very, fortunate that, we have a very large number, of applicants. And so we're able to choose not only the best and brightest, but those who are, again, as I said, future innovators and leaders, and they're, excellent, they're excellent sort of, they're excellent in terms of professionalism and citizenship. And this is a sort of a schematic of their curriculum. It's just meant to, showcase the different learning environments that they're in. There's some classroom learning, there's some learning in the patient care setting, and then they also have opportunities to do some research, in different settings. And this residence hall, is incredibly, important in terms of sort of, tethering their learning environment to their living environment and helping build community. Its proximity to the medical school, is key for the students. And, the other piece of this actually, from the standpoint of the person who's the education dean for the medical students, it's incredibly important a community building space. There's a lot of near peer mentorship and advising that happens, and that happening in their living environment is equally as important as what happens at the medical center. So with that, I'll turn things to, I believe, to Rob.
There I am. Good evening. So this is an aerial view looking as if you're sort of over the East River looking down on York Avenue and the various buildings that make up locations for Weill Cornell Medicine. The lighter ones are clinical spaces and the darker ones are actually where student residence occurs now. And you can see on the right that we've noted that this building will be really the northern end of that area. And one of the reasons that's important is that we want the students to be able to walk to their classes and to their clinical activities. And so this is close enough for them to do that. If you go to the next. You may be very familiar with this, but we thought it might be helpful to just review the context where this building will go. You could see in the middle the image that shows the Church of the Epiphany, which will be moving to another church. So that's looking on 74th East or West, excuse me. The one below it is looking on 74th Street to the east, and you can see some of the new construction along the East River. To the right and the left are the neighboring buildings to the south on the left of the site. And that's a 32-story residential building. And then on the right is a building that's, I think, about 18 stories on the the northeast corner of 74th and York. So just a variety of scales around this site. If you go to the next slide, a little farther back, looking on the left from 75th Street, looking south. And again, you can see the range of scales there. The residential building just to the north of us, which is more or less the scale of the building that we're proposing. And then in the middle, looking back north on 74th, on York, looking north towards the church. And then on the far right, if you're on 75th Street looking to the south, you can see looking up over this residential building in the foreground, that you actually wouldn't really be able to perceive this new building from the street on 75th.
I'm going to talk about a little bit about the building itself that we're proposing to build. So the building, the property actually straddles two zoning lots. So it's in an R10 district and an R8 district. And essentially what that means is that that property as of right is allowed to produce a building that's approximately 135,000 zoning square feet. And that's what we are proposing to build. It's all within the existing zoning envelope. We're not looking for special permits or anything, any special actions. We are building the entire building as permitted under the current zoning code. And obviously it's a little hard to conceptualize what 135,000 square feet looks like. So this is a massing of what the building we're proposing looks like. It's approximately 16 stories within 2 floors of mechanical above it. If you are looking south, this is York Avenue, sort of looking south towards downtown. This is the building we're proposing to build. So it, massing and size-wise will be about the same size as the building directly adjacent to it. This is York Avenue looking uptown, so you can kind of have a sense of what it looks like in context with the rest of the community. Specifically, this building is going to be a dormitory, which will house our medical students. It's going to be comprised of, we call them units because it's a dorm, but they're essentially full apartments, full bathroom, full kitchen. And it will be a mix of studios. About half will be studios, and then some 1 bedrooms and some 2 bedrooms. So it's essentially, you can look at it as it will house 272 students. And then in the building itself, it's sort of typical of residential buildings. In the basement, we are providing a basketball court for our students and fitness center for them. And then on the ground floor, maybe a little less typical of apartment buildings, study spaces, common gathering areas for the students to gather and study, whether it be in quiet, small areas or larger group study rooms. And then finally on the rooftop or the top floor, another social gathering space. I think as Dr. Kang referenced, creating a sense of community is very important to us among the medical students. And so we're envisioning the top floor to sort of be the space where they can come and gather and watch the Super Bowl together, or have larger student gatherings on the top floor. And then as we're envisioning the building at the moment, on the left is sort of a more, again, more refined rendering than what the massings that we just saw. And this is sort of the building as it's envisioned. And I'll actually turn it over to Rob Goodwin, who's our architect, who can talk a little bit more about the design of the building.
Sure. So this is the image on the right is a perspective rendering of the exterior of the building looking to the northwest at the intersection of 74th and York. The design of the building, the cladding of the building is actually an off-white terracotta panel that will relate back to the off-white brick of the main part of Weill Cornell campus. And you can see here that it along York Avenue, it matches the scale of the building to the north and works with the zoning. It also then steps down along 74th Street to start to relate to and align with the row houses along 74th Street. While it's primarily student units, there are other spaces. And so at the ground floor, there is a lobby that runs all the way along York Avenue and is an active space that will have people in it 24/7. And we think will provide a positive addition to the streetscape. And then there are windows all the way that create a sort of slot up the building that look back towards to the south and then link to a student lounge on the top floor, as Christina mentioned earlier. This is a close-up view of that lobby. And again, the idea that there is glass all the way along York Avenue and it will help to activate the streetscape.
And then in terms of timing, our construction timeline at the moment is the current Church of the Epiphany will be moving out at the end of May this year, and we will begin our demolition process shortly thereafter with a 7-month process. And then in 2023, begin the excavations and foundations, with construction itself taking another 20 months once it's sort of above the ground, with a target move-in of the summer of 2025 so that the students can move into their new dormitory before the academic school year begins. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions anyone might have. So I sort of turn it over to the chair. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So we'll take up to 3 questions from board members. So let me go to Adam Wald, who has his hand up.
Hi, yes, can you everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. I only had a very simple question, which was, how is it you were able to achieve 12 AR? Is 12 FAR, are you requiring inclusionary housing, or is this something programmatically that the use groups permit a 12 FAR in the R10 portion?
In the R10 portion, we are acquiring inclusionary air rights. If you can see this one right here.
What's the granting or the granting site?
We're actually still in conversations, but so we haven't signed anything yet. So
Okay,
we're still working on that.
got it. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Next, let's go to Lowell Barton.
There's so much for the board too. About 8 years ago, I brought up the traffic problem on 74th Street. I lived there for quite a long time, my family for about 40 years. And what happens is that everyone going on the FDR Drive, they go down 74th Street, and then they have to make a turn, a right turn, and then the next block on 73rd, they got to make a left turn. This is usually a rush hour, early in the morning. People are crossing the streets. With this construction progress, it's going to be worse. With MSK, it was worse, and they said they were going to put a study together. Then they decided, the Transportation Committee, to put a York Avenue study, which never happened. It's pretty obvious. If you put a one-way down 73rd, you go straight onto the FDR Drive, you don't have to make that many turns. People coming from the south, they take 72nd. Again, they got to make a left turn, and they got to make a right turn. They usually find out there is no room in the left lane to make the turn on the 73rd, so then they block both lanes on New York. A simple traffic shift doesn't really need a study for this, and with this construction, the MSK, now with the other hospital going to go over the FDR, we really need to do something. And that one simple shift will help a little bit. I'm just throwing it out there because I'm sure it's going to mess up traffic. I mean, worse on 74th Street, which is a major conduit to the FDR at rush hour. That's all I got to say.
Okay. Next, let's go to Kaz Spagnoletti.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Why are we putting a solid cube instead of something more artistic, more architecturally pleasing to the area? And really the question, rooftop, what's going to go on there? Any wild parties at night to disturb the local residents?
So Rob, I'll let you take the architecture question.
Okay. This site is following what's called a quality housing zoning requirement, which sets a street wall height that we've met and allows a very efficient plan that allows Weill Cornell to get the number of units they're looking for in the building. So it's in that street wall is a requirement, not an elective decision. So the form of the building is actually prescribed by zoning, not something that we can just change arbitrarily with the design. There are certain allowances that you can subtract from that, and you can see as in the renderings, there's a slot along 74th Street that allows that view from a corridor back to the center of Weill Cornell, and that is allowed. But beyond that, we have to maintain a certain percentage of street wall per zoning.
And Christina,
sorry, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, Christina, do you want to address the rooftop question?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think the medical students are not sort of the type to have large razors at night. They are actually studying quite a lot. And so it's not intended at all to be, and it's not nor expected that that will happen on that rooftop at all.
Thank you. So I had said we were only going to do 3 board questions here, so I apologize, Michelle, but what we can do is if you email your question, we'll forward it along, and Daniel, Christina, Rob, if we send you guys some written questions, would you send us answers back and we can distribute those to board members, please?
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, my contact information is right here on the screen. If anyone has any questions as relates to this project at any phase, I would encourage them to get directly in touch with me.
Terrific. Okay, thank you very much. And so, Michelle, you can send your question to us or ask your question directly, and the same goes for other folks as well. So thank you very much for that presentation.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move now to the public session. And let me say at the outset here, so each member of the public who signed up to speak will have 2 minutes to speak. I know we have a number of speakers related to the dog run. And so there, I'll just start off by saying that we had gotten a number of emails about this in addition before this meeting, and Will can correct me on the numbers, but I think the numbers in terms of the emails that we've gotten, it's around 400 positive emails, and I think around 2 negative emails. And at the moment, we have a number of folks signed up to speak. I think it looks like around a dozen people altogether, mostly in favor, 1 opposed. So what I will encourage folks to do is, as you're listening to other speakers, and this goes for other issues also, if somebody else has made the point that you are planning to make, just think about whether you need to speak yourself if what you're going to do is going to be repetitive of something that somebody else has already said. And the last thing that we'll do before we start doing this is, and this is something that I had said we would do before the meeting, if folks who are here in the public session using your reactions button, if you're here to support the dog run, and this is just for members of the public, click the green yes checkbox in the reactions area. And if you are here as a member of the public in opposition, please check the red X reaction button. And this is another way that we can see what the support is in the room virtually, and hopefully that conveys a sense of sort of what the view is of the public attendees here without necessarily needing everyone to speak. So if we can do that now, that would be great, and then we can just get a tally.
So it's 30 to 1 right now, but we'll check back in on that later if you want.
Okay.
31 to 2.
Okay. So with that, let me turn it over to or go to the first speaker from the public, who is Aliana Trezon.
And if you could help us out whenever Russell calls your name, look for the reactions icon on your screen and press the raise hand button there, and it'll help us out. And you said Aliana.
Yeah, go ahead. Is there anything else I missed too before in terms of the standard instructions here?
If you're, I'll put a couple of things out. If you're on the phone and you're calling in, it's *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. And then whenever you're called on, be on the lookout for a prompt asking you to confirm unmuting. And then if you're having any problems with Zoom, the technical support, the chat is available for technical support only. It's not to ask questions or make comments. It is part of the public record, so anything you put in there technically lives on. So please refrain from chatting unless it's about technical support only. So, and you said Aliana Trezon?
Yes, please.
And you'll have 2 minutes once you begin.
And we're
Hi.
pretty strict about the time.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You just
Great, she's
muted
muted.
yourself though.
Let's reset her clock.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know if you guys can see me. I'm having a bit
We
of
can
a
hear you.
hiccup. Okay, great.
Yeah,
So
we hear you.
first of all, great. Thank you for having us tonight. We really appreciate this opportunity to join this discussion. My name is Eliana Trayson, and I'm a co-chair of the Upper East Side Dog Collective, together with Samantha Malone. We have a number of members from the Upper East Side Dog Collective here with us on the call. We have more than 300 registered members. I will just ask anyone who'd like to please raise their hand to show that you're here. The Upper East Side Dog Collective is a grassroots organization that is committed to providing community-driven operational support and accountability for a dog run in Rupert Park. Our membership reflects the diversity of the Upper East Side. It includes parents, residents with disabilities, and people of all ages and backgrounds. As we know, the lack of a formal dog run in Rupert Park has created preventable instability, friction, and even mayhem for our community. The greatest barrier to this run has been the lack of accountable structure, and that's exactly why we're here, to publicly express our commitment to ensuring the safety and sustainability of these renovations. We're working diligently as a community to create a culture of responsibility that keeps all residents, especially children and dogs, safe. We've been engaged in positive and constructive dialogue with community stakeholders to strengthen our partnerships and ensure best practices going forward. We've drafted a working plan to lay the groundwork for future management, including bylaws, and a task force to oversee and implement operations. The municipal sanctioning of a formal dog run is critical, first and foremost, because it would enable us to enforce city laws, including the banning of aggressive animals, maintenance of volume control and sanitation, and guidelines for child safety. We know this is only a small piece of the park, and we want to work together as a community to create a safe, secure, and clean space. We invite and encourage feedback. Thank you for having us tonight.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Samantha Malone. And I apologize for any mispronunciations of names, in advance. And I think I may have gotten Ileana's name wrong. So, but go ahead, Samantha, when you're unmuted.
All good. Thank you so much, Russell. I am one of the co-chairs of the Upper East Side Dog Collective, along with Aliana. She basically said it all, so I will let you all pass the mic on to the next person just so that we can maximize time here tonight.
Okay. Next, let's go to Stephanie Reckler. And thank you for doing that.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
I am the owner of 2 large dogs, and I take them to Central Park every morning at before 9 a.m. to let them run loose as allowed in the park. I suggest that you consider adopting the rules of Central Park. Run loose before 9 a.m., not allowed in the children's playground, otherwise on the leash. I envision the Rupert Dog Park as a smelly and uninviting part of the beautiful park. Irresponsible dog owners are going to be irresponsible wherever they are. I suggest you adopt the dog rules that govern Central Park and give up on the plans for a dog run in Rupert Park. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Lori Davis.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. I just want to say, as an owner of a dog, I am not in favor of any of the reckless dog owners, as we all get upset. And I feel that there already is a dog run that is being used there, although I don't take my dog there very often. And I think by not having the dog park, you're going to have more dogs on 91st Street. And that causes more of a safety issue between the bicycles, the kids, the electric bikes. When there was a snowstorm one day this year, the park was closed and there were so many dogs off leash on 91st. This will stop it. We all know that there are irresponsible people, but I am part of the Upper East Side Collective. As Eliana said, most of us that own dogs, the majority are responsible, and we will make sure that, if people are not, that we will handle that as well. So again, I am very much in favor. It's something that is there now, and I would take my dog there more often, but I don't do it now because I'm afraid of all the rat poisoning. And I know if we have something that is built correctly, that it will be maintained and it will be a safe environment for our dogs, and more people will use it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Vanessa Burdick.
Vanessa, if you're here, please use the raise hand feature under the participants section so we can find you.
Okay, and if Vanessa's not here, let's go next to Yasha Chidampali Yashaswini.
Go ahead, Yasha.
Hi. I first wanted to say thank you so much for having this, open conversation, and also for, especially for incorporating public feedback and community feedback by including a dog run into the Plan B option. I think the design is really beautiful, and I am in favor of Plan B. I personally have a dog, and we go to this dog park around 3 times a day, and I know in the last meeting, there were a couple issues raised on, one being a detraction from the children play area. I don't think this was an issue comparing the 2 plans. It seems like there's no, detraction from the children play area by including the dog run. And I think being able to have this park that, augments the play area for the children, makes it more usable and accessible to all members of the public, and also includes a dog run that the community uses, is a really wonderful compromise and a great way to bring the community together. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Elizabeth Sarnoff Kapoor.
Hi, thanks for calling on me. My name is Elizabeth, and I also represent the Upper East Side Dog Run. Dog Collective. Poor choice of words there. I wanted to speak. I know that Eliana covered everything that I wanted to say, but I wanted to add that I'm also a parent, and I am very dependent on Rupert Park as a multi-use user of Rupert Park. I really am it's very difficult for me being on my own much of the time to leave my child unattended for long periods of time while I take the dog out. Having that convenience would be extremely beneficial. And again, having the safety separation of children and dogs would also be extremely beneficial to the community. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, and thank you for your consideration of Plan B.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Meredith Weber.
Hi, thank you so much for having us, and just to echo the thanks for incorporating the public's feedback. I'm also from the Upper East Side Dog Collective, and I won't repeat what everyone else has already so eloquently said about our group, but I just wanted to reiterate and put a face to the accountability, but our work has only just begun. And so we urge you to vote for option B, knowing that we all stand ready to hit the ground running, to work together in continued dialogue, to help build and maintain a dog run that's clean, well-maintained, and respectful of the broader park community that we are excited to be a part of. So thank you again for your support.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Tatiana Ridley, and I'll also ask Rick Novakovich, you'll be after that, so I don't think we see you in the list, so if you could raise your hand so we can find you when it's your turn. But in the meantime, let's go to Tatiana Ridley, please.
Hi, I'm Tatiana Ridley, and I'm a member of the Upper East Side Dog Collective. And in the essence of time, I'm going to pass it on to the next person because Aliana and the rest of my co-members have said it all, and I hope you'll vote in favor of option B. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, so did we find Rick Novakovich?
There's a person who raised their hand, so let's hope that that's Rick.
Go ahead.
If the person identified as Tori will unmute if you're Rick.
I'm not Rick, but I am in support of the dog run, and just thank everybody for all the great words and support, and thank you for the time.
All right, next let's go to Denise Rich, please.
Go ahead and unmute Denise.
Just a second here. I've been an owner of 5 dogs, and I've lived in this neighborhood since 1982. I'm also a real estate agent. I just want to disclose that. So I want to offer a little different take on this. I think, first of all, it'd be an incredible amenity for the neighborhood. When I'm showing apartments, I'm always talking about dog-friendly buildings and how that makes our neighborhood safer. What better thing to have than people walking their dogs 2, 3, sometimes 5 times a day on the streets, within their own neighborhood. I have my 5th dog now since I've lived here, who is nearly 14. So I appreciate the fact that there's a dog run in Carl Schurz. I took my other dogs there earlier, but Central Park's a bit of a hike for her, and she gets such great joy out of going to the park. I appreciate being able to take advantage of something that's closer. And aside from the dogs, I think that it's also a great social event or social place for people who own the dogs, because the dogs don't get there by themselves. They're coming with a single person, couples, families, and it offers a great place, for our neighborhood. So I really hope that we will be able to vote positively for Plan B and get a dog run there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Betty Cooper-Wallerstein.
Betty, it's *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. So if you're here, Betty, and you'd like to speak in the public session, please raise your hand. I'm not seeing her.
Okay, we can go back to Betty. In the meantime, why don't we go to Rima Devine?
If you're here, just use the reactions icon or press *9 on the phone to raise your hand. Not seeing anyone.
No, okay. Next, let's go to Faith Fraser, please.
Faith, same thing. If you're here, please raise your hand through the reactions, or there you are. Go ahead. You can unmute *6.
Actually, I'm actually here to talk about something else, a different subject. Is that okay?
Yeah, totally fine.
Okay, so my name's Faith Fraser. I live at 72nd and 2nd, and I was not able to Zoom in correctly as a member of the public for the February 2nd Street Life Committee. So I just want to speak with some concerns about portable provisions at 220 East 81st Street. You've probably heard me mention I've been delivering meals in that area to shut-in neighbors since the pandemic in March 2020. And Portable Provisions is definitely a mid-block establishment on a residential area. I go down that block every week, Fridays at lunchtime, mostly on Monday evenings. I watch the block get more and more crowded, and I'm concerned that they were not able to definitively actually say, no, we will not do catering. They said occasionally dinner parties, etc. But if you look at that block, and if they also put outdoor dining, it will really wreck that block. So I think there's a zoning issue involved. I heard Marco say something, and I apologize I wasn't able to get into that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And so just to be clear, yeah. So there are other folks signed up to speak for other items in the public session. So let's go next to Bonnie Boyack, please.
Go ahead, Bonnie. You can unmute.
Hi, thank you. Hi, thanks for having me. So I'm disabled, and my neighbor smokes cigarettes and marijuana on a regular basis. The smoke floods my unit every time she smokes. So this is greatly affecting my health as I have chronic asthma and heart disease. So management has been non-responsive to my doctor's note and my multiple outreaches for help. I have no heat in my unit because my radiator had to be turned off because the smoke comes in through the radiator and the floorboards. So I'm coming to you guys to ask, please, how can you help if you can help? And also, can you please introduce laws and support disabled people more so that are suffering from cigarette smoke from their neighbors, cigarette and marijuana smoke from their neighbors? My building does allow smoking. However, accommodations should be made legally through the Americans with Disabilities Act because I am disabled, but they are non-responsive. And I've spoken to attorneys and they said the best way to go about it is to basically sue my building and to sue the neighbor, which I don't want to do. I don't want to sue this neighbor. It's her right to smoke within her unit. However, I just want to be protected as a disabled person. So if there's anything, any type of feedback you guys can give me or any way that you guys can help, I look forward to your feedback. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. So I think our staff have been in touch with you, and I think they'll have some more feedback on that and more follow-up on that issue. Let's go next to Andrew Fine, please.
Andrew, you can unmute. Go ahead.
Hi, gentlemen, and community board. I'm sorry, I have a little bit of a technical issue tonight, so I hope you can hear me.
Okay.
That's a plus. Thank you, Russell. I wanted to thank the NYPD 19th Precinct this evening on behalf of the East 86th Street Association for moving Uncle Bud along. And I would also like to point out that there are several other trucks that we've been complaining about on East 86th Street for nearly a decade. We have fruit trucks, lobster trucks, popcorn trucks, taco trucks. We have all sorts of trucks that have camped out on East 86th Street. And we would just love it if the 19th Precinct and the community board could pay some attention to this problem and remove the rest of the trucks aside from Uncle Bud. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I hope you heard me.
Yeah. All right, next let's go to Marty Edelman.
Marty, you can unmute. Marty Edelman, please unmute.
What I had to say had to do with the transportation, and I don't think you're up to that yet.
Oh, you can talk about it.
I can? Okay, I've had an idea for a while on how to improve the traffic around the Koch Bridge. And you know, you have different lanes, upper level from 6 to 10 a.m. come into the city when you usually go out of the city. And it's along those lines. So I've done some layout, and I'd like to know who can I go and talk to present a proposal on how to improve it. And I think the flow on 2nd Avenue will be much better with the concepts that I have.
If you can get in touch with our district office, our district manager and our staff, and we'll take it from there.
Okay, is there an email?
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat. info@cb8m.com though.
Thank you very much, Will.
Next, let's go to Diego Barbarena.
Go ahead, Diego, you can unmute.
Hi. Sorry, I just want to talk about the trash. I think something has to be done. There's in 2017, they issued the American Institute of Architects of New York and the Rockefeller Foundation issued this year design guidelines and about putting trash in containers, underground containers, and high capacity containers. So I just want the board to do something about it. And if I can help, I will send an email and I can work with you. And regarding the dog run, I have a little Yorkie, and I would like the dog run to be, but I would also like to have a space for small dogs as there's in Rupert Park, because my little Yorkie doesn't place well with bigger dogs. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And there is a
Okay, next,
sanitation committee meeting next week.
Thank you. Can you put the info on that in the chat, please, Will?
Yeah, Saida, if you don't mind doing that.
Great. Okay, next, let's go to, so I see there are some folks who have signed up to talk about the Frick ramp. So there's somebody named Jennifer. So if you're that Jennifer, if you can raise your hand, please, and then also give us your full name before you start to speak.
Jennifer, you can unmute and just identify yourself, please.
Hi, it's Jennifer McBride. And I wanted to talk about the ramp that the Frick is proposing. At the February 2nd meeting, when the Frick was asked if the ramp would be used exclusively for ADA access, they refused to commit to that. Instead, they said ADA access would be the primary use of the ramp, making it clear that the ramp is going to be used for other purposes. How does the Frick plan to measure primary use for accessibility? I think the community deserves to know what that actually means. How do you measure primary use? There is already an accessible entrance to the museum and the library. Knowing that the Frick has hosted private events and plans to do so upon reopening, can we reasonably say that this is an entrance that is to be used primarily for other purposes? If that's the case, hinging their proposal on accessibility is fraudulent. So I think that Community Board 8 needs to ask questions. And if you have a doubt, you cannot say yes to this proposal. Or you can require an irrevocable agreement that the Frick will only use the ramp for its intended purpose of accessibility. Limit it to the hours of the library. Also, the ramp that as they've proposed it is huge. It's twice as big as what it could be. That, I assume, is to deal with the pitch so that you have a bit more runway for extraordinarily heavy items. This is not an ADA ramp. It's a delivery ramp. And it's very upsetting to me as someone who cares very much about accessibility, both physical and also in our digital universe, that someone would take advantage of accessibility to push through something for their own corporate needs.
So there are two other folks who have signed up for speaking on this issue who haven't listed last names. So there's a Jane who wanted to speak about the Frick, and also a Sarah who wanted to speak about the Frick. So if either of you are here, if you could raise your hand, that would be great, please.
I'm not seeing any.
Okay, I got it. So then let's go to Judy Schneider, please.
Go ahead, Judy.
Good evening. Community Board 8 members, I encourage you to support the transportation resolution on the ramp for the Frick. This board has always supported ADA accessibility projects for our community, and we should continue by voting for this resolution. And I want to say I also thought it was a very attractive ramp. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next, let's go to Terry Friedman, please.
Terry Friedman, you can unmute. Terry Friedman, right?
Yep.
You can unmute. They may have stepped away from their computer.
Okay. Next, let's go to Elizabeth Daly, please.
Liz, you can unmute.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. I'm Elizabeth Rose Daly, the Community Relations Manager for the Frick Collection. I'd like to offer some clarity on our application for a revocable consent for an ADA ramp on 71st Street in front of the Frick Art Reference Library. The Landmarks Committee of CB8 approved 2 new ADA ramps in its May 2018 resolution. This approval covered an ADA ramp on 70th Street that provides access directly to the museum and a second ramp on 71st Street that provides ADA access directly to the library. 2 weeks ago, we presented a design to the Transportation Committee for the 71st Street ramp, which has been further developed and improved since it was first presented and approved in 2018. The architects have been able to make it 6 feet shorter by reversing the direction and taking advantage of the existing slope of the sidewalk. It also has an improved orientation as it now begins at the library stairs, thereby providing entry and decision point for all library visitors, regardless of their physical abilities. We were asked about the use of this ramp in the library's visitation more generally. The Frick Art Reference Library is open to the public, and visitorship has averaged over 5,000 people per year. Concerns were raised that the new 71st Street ramp would be used as a service entrance. I would like to clarify that the 71st Street ramp is for ADA access. There is an existing non-ADA compliant ramp on 70th Street that will continue to function as a service entrance for food, facilities, supplies, and collections materials. The 71st Street ramp is an important and necessary improvement to provide ADA access to a public institution. We are pleased to share its improved design and smaller size relative to the one approved in 2018 and to reaffirm its intended use. We thank the Transportation.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Babak Yagmai.
If you're here, please use the raise hand feature or *9 if you're calling in from the phone. I'm not seeing them here. But Terry Friedman, who we passed over, is now unmuted.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for the time. This is actually Babak Yagmai. I was unable to raise my hand. Very briefly, I appreciate what Elizabeth said. I think the broad concern for those of us living on the block is the use of the ramp. None of us object to the appropriate use of the ramp. That is, in fact, providing access to the disabled during the hours in which the library is open. And therefore, we would kindly ask the board to consider, in fact, having a conversation with the Frick about the appropriate scope of the use of the ramp so as to ensure that the ramp is not being used as either a service entrance or, as many have suggested, as an entrance for larger catering and event-based items into the library under the guise of providing access to the disabled, which again is obviously extremely important and not something that anybody would object to. I would also note that access by the disabled is in fact provided through the 70th Street access ramp, and therefore I'm not entirely convinced that this ramp is necessary. But if the board decides that the ramp is in fact necessary, then I think it would be appropriate to consider ensuring that its usage is entirely consistent with the application and the fact that it is to be used as an ADA ramp and not for other purposes. And that would in fact mean that it would only be used during the library's hours, which I think, as Elizabeth pointed out, are fairly limited to certain hours during the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go next to Joe Shatoff.
Joe, you can unmute.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Will. Good evening. I'm Joe Shatoff, the Deputy Director and Chief Operating Officer of the Frick Collection. Questions and concerns about the Frick's construction project were raised at the committee meeting on February 2nd, and perhaps will be raised further this evening. And while those concerns are separate from the application for revocable consent, we nonetheless want to be responsive to community concerns. So I just want to review very briefly that the construction has been underway since early 2021. We established a standing meeting with our neighbors before the actual construction kicked off, and have continued to meet with that group every 6 to 8 weeks. Liz Daly, who just spoke, is our community relations manager, is also in regular contact with our immediate neighbors, and she's able to respond to questions and concerns and escalate issues with our project team in real time. Fortunately, the heavy demolition and excavation phase has come to an end. The construction, of course, is proceeding, and we anticipate that the building will be closed up towards the end of this year, which is a significant milestone as it concerns the neighbors. And please be assured that the Frick and its contractors are focused on running a safe and organized site, and will continue to be proactive in this effort, and will continue to expediently address issues that are brought to our attention as we have to this point. And I thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go next to Ellen Pallavi, please.
Ellen, you can unmute.
Okay, hi. So, yeah, I'm speaking in favor of the Health Senior Social Services Bill, the resolution that supports the goals of the New York Health Act. Keep in mind to the board that that this is just supporting the goals. We're not getting into the weeds of the New York Health Act. It's just supporting the goals of the Health Act. And we all know how bad the insurance, our current health insurance is, with the private health insurances having a say in what kinds of treatment we get. My friend recently died, and before she died, she needed to fight with her insurance company to get hospice, and she ended up going to a senator to force them to give her inpatient hospice. These things are just uncalled for, and with the New York Health Act, we would have the kind of healthcare we need. So I urge you to vote yes on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Alexander Billy, please.
Alexander, you can unmute.
Hi. The stairs of my building, so if I'm out of breath, please forgive me. I'm here to speak on behalf of Cornell. I think the initiative is fantastic. As a former PhD student, I understand the paucity of resources that those individuals have, and the research and development in medicine that the center brings to the city is unparalleled. So we would be very forward-thinking to accept that motion. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. All right, next let's go to Dylan Geronimo Kennedy, please.
Dylan, go ahead and unmute.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I would like to also speak in favor of the graduate housing at Cornell. Recently in the news, some people may have seen, there's a story at Berkeley where, because they prevented housing, there was a circumstance where if it goes through, there's going to be about 5,000 students who have to get their applications rescinded. Now, that's not what's happening in this case. but it's kind of an informative anecdote of what happens when you don't allow universities to have these spaces. And this is something that I think is really positive for the neighborhood and institution like Cornell, where it's providing medical students. This is a profession that we need more of. And while it's not going to be an immediate concern right now in terms of rescinding applications or letting in more people, the long-term effects of something like this are to provide more students, more opportunities, and giving not just the neighborhood, but wherever they may move afterwards, more doctors. So I just wanted to voice in support of that housing so that we can have more people working in professions like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I see Jane Bergier has her hand up, who I gather is the Jane from before that we were trying to call on. So we can unmute her, please. I apologize, I mispronounced your name.
Go ahead, Jane, you can unmute. Jane Bergier. Look for a button to unmute on your screen. There you go. Jane, go ahead.
Yes, hi. Hi, it's Jane Bergier. Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Jane, you can unmute.
I think I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Thank you. Yes, Jane Bergier. Yes, I've been listening to this, and of course, I'm very much in favor of having handicap accessibility. It's extremely important, and I'm all for it. I am, however, concerned with a ramp of this scope and size. Yes? Can you hear me?
I think you have the YouTube on in the background and you're hearing like a time delay from before, but please continue. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm getting a feedback.
Yeah, do you have the YouTube on in the background or?
Very much in favor of having handicap accessibility. It's extremely important.
If you're streaming the YouTube, I would just close the YouTube and that way that'll solve the issue. I think that's because the YouTube has a few seconds of delay, so that's what we're hearing. And what you're hearing.
Can you hear me? Yes.
But your time is ticking down, so I would just ignore the rest of the sound and just use the rest of your 50 seconds here to say what else you want to say.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, we will.
Yeah, do you have the YouTube on?
I must, and I'm trying to figure out how to close it.
Yeah, if you're streaming the YouTube, I would just close the YouTube and that way that'll solve the issue.
Oops, no, I just.
A few seconds of delay, so that's what
No, just.
Yeah, if you can just ignore it and.
Okay, all right, let me ignore it. I just basically want to say that I think it's important that we have handicap accessibility. However, I think the size of the ramp lends itself more to accessing the two huge refrigerators that are being installed on the other side of the door, which would enable the Frick to bring in their food through this ramp. And as I believe someone else already mentioned, the pitch of the ramp is so long that it would enable heavy carts to go up and down the ramp much easier. So
Okay, thank you. Next, let's go to Alita Camp.
Go ahead, Alita.
Thank you both. Good evening, everyone. I'm a member of Community Board 8. My name is Alita Kemp, but I'm speaking individually. I'd like to address the propane heaters. There's legislation pending before the City Council to allow the use of propane heaters by outdoor dining establishments. There's no question that outdoor dining right now benefits the restaurants, and that's a good thing, but there are alternatives to the fire safety issues raised by propane heaters. Not only can they release carbon dioxide, but they are a fire safety hazard. The fire department has said so. The legislation is intended to remove the restriction that the fire department thinks leads to our safety and allow propane heaters. They need to be installed, operated, and maintained correctly. And even then, there is a question of danger from the flammability and proximity to any flammable materials. So I urge everyone to contact your local council member and ask them to vote against the removal of the ban on propane heaters. It is for everyone's safety. That the fire department said there were no incidents of fires in 2020 is not an excuse to allow propane heaters moving forward. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Matthew Chook, please.
Go ahead, Matthew, you can unmute.
Hi, my name is Matthew Chook. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I am just calling on a different issue here, which is safety in our community and specifically in our parks. I would like to know how we are going to address the current crime that is being committed in our parks, specifically St. Catherine's, John Jay, and Carl Schurz, which is occurring several times a week by several teens, which are known to the community and to the NYPD. I understand that their hands are somewhat tied. Once they do arrest these kids, they are thrown pretty much right back onto the street to commit the same crimes again. I know that the NYPD, the 19th precinct, has mentioned that they are going to provide significantly more presence specifically at St. Catherine's Park, but it should be known that this continues to occur, I don't want to say daily, but certainly weekly and on specific days, and especially the weekends. As the weather gets nicer, it stays light out later. This is going to be a bigger problem with our youths, our teens, our children not being able to attend these parks to play and have a good time, meet up with friends, or even to go out on the streets. These kids have a very specific tactic. They run around to all the middle schools after dismissal in the neighborhood. They hit up and rob kids there. Then they go to these parks and do the same thing there. They know that there's no deterrent because there's nothing that can be done to hold them accountable for their actions. They're literally thrown right back onto the streets or back into the custody of their parents, who send them right back out to do the same thing that they were doing all the time. So please, I would like to know from specifically our elected officials how we are going to take back our parks and make them safe again for our entire community to enjoy. Thank you.
Next, let's go to Andrew Ravishare, please.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. We stand at an important crossroads of history and initiatives that relate to our future. I'm here to propose a coordination forum between committees to elevate our quality of CBA life and meaningfully address our community problems. Many of you know me. I'm a peer-reviewed published researcher on climate pollution's impact on organisms at the cellular level. You've heard me say for several years now that we suffer an exponential rise in climate change pollution above the 10th and then again above the 20th floors of buildings. In addition to the building emissions, and I'm including the most modern LEED certified buildings as polluters of concern, there is a measurable urban heat island effect. That is the detrimental interaction between towers, not super tall towers, just tall buildings. Zoning ordinances based on FAR instead of absolute height caps are going to kill us. Make no mistake, we need developers and new construction. We need improved infrastructure. We need tech-improved buildings that make commerce, education, healthcare, and our very quality of modern life possible. Strong, non-negotiable legislation will support both developers by providing a solid foundation upon which they can plan, and also our community. Overdevelopment has numerous harmful effects. We're seeing the loss of affordable housing, over 14,000 units in this area alone. The disappearance of mom and pop stores that are the economic lifeblood of our community and city, an increase in rodents, and a rise in crime as a result of the destruction of the shorter buildings that characterize the hardworking immigrants that have made Yorkville the great place it is. We need a CB8 forum in which the interconnectedness of our concerns can be addressed between the committees. Environmental concerns are not a headline right now, and they won't be until the next hurricane, flood, or heat wave that kills hundreds of people. Our time to address this concern is now, and I'm asking every committee to fold in environmental matters into their work and to brainstorm together on how we can address this together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so that concludes the public session. So we will move on with the agenda. Next up is adoption of the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda, please? Rebecca moves. Is there a second?
Rita.
Excellent, thank you. Anyone opposed to adopting the agenda? Okay, next let's move to adoption of the minutes. We can move to adopt the minutes with a thumbs up reaction. I see again we have Rebecca, Barry is seconding. Anyone opposed to adoption of the prior minutes? Okay. So next let's go to the Manhattan Borough President's Report. Isabel, should we wait on that or?
Hi, everybody. I believe the board president is going to try to make it tonight. However, he does have a very full agenda. In the meantime, I do have some remarks to deliver on his behalf. I am going to start by reminding everybody that tomorrow is going to be our February Borough Board, Manhattan Borough Board, and that it will be streamed live on the Borough President's Facebook page. So some general talking points. It's really happy to see that the COVID numbers are looking so much better finally, and we have been keeping in touch with all the mandates from the governor, and we continue supporting. And so the Board of Presidents is happy to announce that the entire COVID task force has begun their meetings, and the task force includes Hugh Ma, the creator of TurboVax, Dr. Jay Varma, Ebony Carrington, Dr. Tyson Fariu, I hope I pronounced that last name well, Wafa Al-Sadir, Andrew Rigi, Melba Miller, Fazkia Trail, and the USAR former Deputy Board President Audrey Bonilla. So I know that CB8 has been blasting the link to apply to community board, but just a reminder that the deadline is soon approaching. So please, we encourage those who need to reapply and have not done so to please do so, and to share the link. We'll probably put it on the chat with anybody that you think will be a great representative of the community at the community board. And so for parks, on Monday, the Borough President and the other Borough Presidents met with the mayor, and happy to announce that they are pushing for a 1 million tree initiative. The goal is to plant 1 million trees across the city by 2030. And as you all know, BP Levine was a former chair of Parks Committee, right? And he continues his commitment and investment to this very important part of our lives, which is, this beautiful public spaces and the importance of trees. So he's really excited about to partner with Sue Donahue, who was named Parks Commissioner, and Iris Rodriguez Rosa, who was named First Deputy of Park Commissioners by Mayor Adams. In terms of the subway, so, sadly, the incidents continue happening, and in less than 72 hours, there's been 3 more incidents. And, he continues pushing for more safety on platforms. And even though it's not possible every platform, the conversation continues to see how we can increase safety in this very important area of our lives. There's so much happening. It's a wonderful new administration. But for the sake of time, I'm gonna leave it there. If you have any questions, I will suggest, Will, that we can share Trisha's email. And one last announcement. This is my last meeting as liaison from the Manhattan Borough President's Office with Community Board 8. thank you for everything. It has been really wonderful working with all of you. You made me feel at home since day one.
Thank you very much. And I just want to say, we'll miss you, Isabel. It's been great working with you. And sorry to see you go. And thank you so much for all of your hard work on behalf of the Borough of Manhattan and for all your help for us here in Community District 8. We really, really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, so we will proceed with our elected official reports. So if you're a representative from an elected official, please, yep, that's right, raise your hand and we'll take you guys in order and everyone will have up to 2 minutes. So let's go first to Jack Robbins, please.
All right, hello everyone. My name is Jack. I'm from Assembly Member Rebecca Seawright's office. A couple of quick updates. The Assembly Member is accepting nominations for her 2022 Women of Distinction Awards. That'll be happening in March. Nominations can be sent to our office via email. It's cwriter@nyassembly.gov. I'll put it in the chat after this as well. This week, the Assembly Members' legislation to expand residency requirements for Roosevelt Island Operating Corporation board members passed the Assembly. We've been working on getting this one passed with the Roosevelt Island community, so that's exciting that we're seeing this movement. Also want to flag that we are still giving away surgical masks at our district office every Thursday. We are still working to get more of a supply to hand out of the N95s and at-home COVID tests that we had earlier this year, but unfortunately we ran out of our supply there, but we still have surgical masks and hand sanitizer. So come by any Thursday between noon and 2 to get that. Also just want to put a plug in there that we also offer free notary services. Our staff is notarized and can notarize your documents if you need that. We're on York Avenue between East 78th Street and East 79th Street. And that's all the updates I have for today.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Audrey Tannen, please.
Hi, everyone. A few things, as you know, Senator Krueger is still chair of the Senate Finance Committee, so her last few weeks have really been occupied with the budget hearings and the state budget, and that will continue pretty much until April 1st when the budget is resolved. One thing that we want you all to know is that Senate District 28, as part of the redistricting, has changed slightly. So while Senator Krueger still is going to be the primary senator for Community Board 8, she did lose some of the blocks that are comprised in the Community Board 8. If west of 3rd Avenue, her district is really going to end at 88th Street. The block between 2nd and 3rd is going to go up to 89th. And then east of 2nd Avenue, I believe it's going to go up to 90th Street. But these are slight changes, and we wanted you to just be aware of that. I will post the connection to LAFTOR, which is the district maps for the congressional, the Senate, and the Assembly that were passed by the legislators, signed by the governor. Even if there are court fights over it, these are the maps that will be used this June and November and for the next cycle, the next 2-year cycle. So we just wanted you all to be aware of that. Thanks. I will post it in the chat, and have a good rest of the evening and meeting. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Lingjun Chen, please.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Lingjun Chen. I'm from Manhattan District Attorney's Office. I just want to share some education programs that our office has launched recently. First is our high school internship program. It's open to all high school students who either live or attend school in Manhattan. The deadline is March 4th. We also have our Gun Violence Prevention Fellowship, which is open to college and high school students. And the teen dating violence presentation. I'm not sure how I can share all this information to the community. Should I share to the
You can put information in the chat. Yeah, if you send it to, if it'll go in the chat, you can send it to Will and he'll put it in the chat now. And then we can also send it around to things after.
Great, thank you so much.
Okay, your timer beeped a little prematurely, so I apologize for cutting off there.
No problem. Thank you. It's my first CB8 meeting, by the way. Thank you so much.
Welcome. So let's go next to Marissa Maverich, please.
Hi, everyone. Marissa here from Congresswoman Maloney's office. Just a few updates from our office. Last week, the House of Representatives passed the Bipartisan Postal Service Reform Act, which Congresswoman sponsored. The Postal Service's financial condition has been deteriorating over the past decade, so this act we're really excited about. It's really critical in helping the Postal Service remain financially viable while continuing to provide good service. The Congresswoman has also led the New York delegation this past week in calling on the New York Public Service Commission to investigate the Con Edison rate increases. This is an issue which is affecting many of our constituents, and we have received many calls in our office about it. We're really aware of the difficulties that these rate increases are causing for many New Yorkers and have asked the New York Public Service Commission to investigate to ensure that our constituents have access to utility services at appropriate rates. We understand that as we work to recover from the effects of the pandemic, it's particularly important for people to be able to have their finances predictable, and these sudden rate hikes are something that we're certainly paying attention to. We were also fortunate enough to receive the COVID-19 at-home rapid test, which we have worked to distribute throughout the district. Most recently, we held an event at the 92nd Y. At present, we have distributed all the available tests to the community, coming in at 1,000 test kits. And if you sign up for our newsletter, you can stay up to date on where and when events such as these will be happening in the future. As always, I just wanted to provide our contact information should you need any assistance with any federal services, or if you would like to reach out to us about local issues, such as some of the transportation issues that were brought up earlier today, or supporting certain legislative moves. Our phone number, I will give it to the chat as well, but I'll give it here. It's 212-860-0606, and our email I will also drop in the chat. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Let's go next to Cameron Kaufman, please.
Thanks, Russell. Hi, everyone. I'm Cameron Kaufman, and I work for Councilmember Julie Menon. First, I just want to talk about the council member had a town hall last week on anti-Semitism with over 200 people in response to recent incidents, both in our community and going on around the country. We were pleased that even Senate Majority Leader Schumer came on at one point, and Assemblymember Seawright co-sponsored that with us as well. So that was a great event, and you can view that online. I'll put the link to that in the chat. We've been fielding a lot of complaints on sanitation. Since I last spoke to you all, we were able to get mid-block cans on East 86th Street. We worked with the 86th Street Association on that, and we're really excited about those 8 new mid-block cans. And the council member will be joining the sanitation committee meeting for the community board next week at 4 p.m. With Marissa Yanni from Disney. So please tune into that. We are working on traffic safety, especially in light of so many recent horrific incidents. And we will be doing a walkthrough with the transportation commissioner upcoming to think about redesign of intersections. So if you have any feedback on that, you could reach out to our office. And also wanted to note that we had been working on investigating faulty COVID testing sites, specifically Paxionomics, and we're working with the Attorney General's office there. The most recent update is that the Attorney General's office has issued multiple letters to Paxionomics questioning their testing practices. I will put our contact info in the chat, as well as the link to the anti-Semitism town hall. And I would also say that as the council member takes under advisement feedback on the open restaurants program that's going through the council right now. So if you have any thoughts, we've already heard from many community board members, please don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Terrell Brock, please.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Terrell Brock, and I'm a community liaison from State Senator Jose Serrano's office. Senator Serrano recently signed on to a letter to request that the Roosevelt Island tram have access to use the OMNY system, which is a contactless fare payment system. And in January, we were able to deliver at-home test and K95 mask for the Roosevelt Island Disabled Association. Rita, during the pandemic, the scope of Rita's work increased significantly, extending to seniors and all those in need within the Roosevelt Island community. Their food pantry provides fresh produce, meats, dairy, canned goods, and shelf-stable food for Roosevelt Island residents. On January 25th, Senator Jose Serrano was pleased to partner with Councilmember Julie Menon and the Roosevelt Island Residents Association, RERA, to distribute free at-home COVID-19 tests and N95 masks at Good Shepherd Plaza on Roosevelt Island. And as we continue to face the Omicron variant, we urge you to please continue to take precautions like wearing a mask and getting tested. If you are in need of PPE or general assistance, please feel free to call our office at 212-828-5829.
Thank you. All right, next let's go to Alex Wolin.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alex Wolin. I'm Assemblymember Dan Court's Deputy Chief of Staff. The Assemblymember has been in Albany working on finalizing the state budget, meeting with advocacy organizations and constituents and fighting for the inclusion of various priorities within the One House, including additional small business relief, funding for the Department of Environmental Conservation, a new deal for CUNY, further investments in public transit, and more. The Assembly member also recently sent a letter to the Speaker requesting an inclusion of $10 million in the budget to help fund the right to counsel in wrongful convictions cases, because New York is just one of 5 states that actually does not provide an attorney to a person seeking to overturn their wrongful conviction if they can't afford one. Further, in his capacity as chair of the Rules and Regulations Commission, he is monitoring the adoption of Department of Health rules related to safe staffing ratios in intensive care units. We've also received a ton of calls and emails at this point, I think over 300 or 400 from constituents expressing their disagreement with the governor's proposal to lift the 12th floor area ratio cap. So I just wanted to let everyone know that the Assembly member is opposed to lifting it and has communicated that with the Speaker. And that's all I have for you tonight. But if there's anything that you need or have any questions, please feel free to reach out to our office. I will drop my email. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so let's move now to the next item on the agenda, which is the chair's report. So I'll be brief. So since our last meeting, 2 of our members are no longer on the board. They resigned, May Malik and Rit Agarwala. So we thank them for their service to the board. And in Rit's case, he is now the Commissioner of Environmental Protection for the city. So we are looking forward to working with him in that new capacity. And I will just remind folks that Isabel already mentioned it, but if you are up for reappointment and would like to be reappointed, please make sure to get your application in before the deadline on March 1st. So that's it for my chair's report, and I will turn it over to Will for the district manager's report.
Thank you, Russell. I just want to flag that there have been 2 staffing announcements, I guess, in our office. One, we are losing our community associate, Mahima. She's taking a job in digital media marketing advertising. So we're excited for her to go on a new journey in a different way. And then, so she's leaving, we're going to start interviewing for a community associate. So if you know anybody who's looking to get their leg in the door in city government, have them send their resume and cover letter to our office at info@cb8m.com. And the other announcement is that we have a new intern. His name is Tucker Weiser, and he will be with us 3 days a week through the summer. So you may see an intern popping around at some of your committee meetings and helping out on some work. Additionally, there were 2 events and meetings that were added to the calendar mid-month. So I want to flag on the 23rd, there's a CB8 Zooms featuring Councilmember Keith Powers at 2 p.m. and a Sanitation Committee meeting at 4 p.m. and our office is closed on Monday. And that's all for my report. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will just tack on to the end of your report. Thank you to Mohima on behalf of the board. She's really done a great job in the time that she's been here. So thank you so much for all of your hard work. And we really do wish you the best in your next role. So let's move now to our committee reports. So we'll start with the Parks and Waterfront Committee, and I'll turn it over to Felice Farber and Barry Schneider.
Good evening. Felicia, you're there with me?
Well, she can be now.
Okay.
Yes, I am here.
Oh, good evening.
Having difficulty getting my video back on.
There you go. Terrific.
Barry.
We have one resolution from the January meeting. Felicia, you want to introduce it, please?
Sure. I thought you were taking the lead, Barry, so I don't have it right in front of me.
Well, I have it in front of me.
Okay.
I'll read the resolve. Be it resolved, Community Board 8 approves the presentation of option B, a new design for Rupert Park by the Department of Parks and Recreation, as long as the Parks Department agrees to extend the exterior fence height to a greater than 4 foot that was in the plan due to the excessive homelessness in CD8, and considers the following recommendations: that plumbing, electrical, and any utilities needed for the park house be installed with the construction of the park. Footnote, the park house is not part of the original plan, but we are raising funds to provide for the building of that park house. And item 2, special signage for the planted area and signage for no pets except in dog run. Signage must be part of the restoration and be installed when the park reopens. Consider greening choices for the paved areas and come back to the community board with the final presentation. And that's what we decided, and the vote was 5 in favor, 2 opposed. So it's in favor. The positive resolution is on the floor. Barbara Rutter?
Positive on option B.
Sorry?
I said positive on option B, just to clarify, because I know a lot of folks were asking.
Thank you.
I just want to speak for the dog run. I'm not a dog owner, and in years past, the years have been on, there's been so many problems with dog runs with big dogs and small dogs and not right. I was so impressed with the people that came through. I've never, this is the first time we heard about the group getting together and actually having a chair and co-chairperson. I really feel very comfortable that they will follow the rules and want to follow the rules, as they had said. And I hope this becomes a model if and when we ever hear about dog runs again, that they have to start just like we have people that are in charge of the park, people that would be in charge of the dog run to make sure that the bad actors don't act bad and that they follow through. They assured us that they are used to the big and dogs running together and there won't be any problem. And I have to say, somebody that would have been a naysayer in the old times was really switched over and was quite impressed with them. And I hope everybody votes for it.
Thank you, Barbara. Michelle?
I just am suggesting that we hear from the 2 that were opposed.
Okay, I'll be number 1. I was opposed. I had changed my mind having heard the great work that the collective is doing, and we suggested to them that they hook up with, or at least get involved with, the Muslim Women for New York, who are very, very active in the park, and that was received very, very positively. The Muslim Women in the Park in New York, rather, is a 501c3, so it all leads to a very, very robust organization in the park, day in and day out. So I'll be voting yes on this resolution. And I don't know whether Sharon is here, but she was the other vote. And
Well, Yeah, there's some other hands up in the.
Yes, I was in response to Michelle's question about those who voted no.
Sharon put her.
Okay, I see her hands up.
All right, thank you. So Sharon is not here to speak. Oh, she is here to speak.
She is here, yes.
Oh, okay, so if she wants, I'd like to hear from her.
Hi, yes, Michelle, I was because if I remember correctly and followed the conversation closely, there was a redesign of the children's and Barry and Felice, so help me with this. There was a redesign of the children's portion of the park in order to accommodate the dog run. And so I was opposed to it for that reason. The second reason was because I have found my own personal experience that dog runs were not healthy for man or beast. However, I was really listening very closely to Barbara Rudder's comments, and I have to agree with her. I thought it was really quite impressive that the dog owners had indeed gotten together. And my sense is that there will be a commitment to ensure that that the dogs are in the run exclusively and not bleed out, if you will, outside of the run, that it will be taken care of. And I feel really, really good about that. Whereas during the initial conversation, I did not. So my two reasons, Michelle.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I have one more question. There was in the minutes, there was an issue with the height of the fence. And, you know, for security reasons, I'm always worried about the height of the fences in children's playgrounds. Tall people can reach over if it's too short and literally pick up a child and, you know, and remove them. So I'm not sure how that was resolved because I don't think there was a commitment to resolve it. I think it was just a suggestion or that you are asking them to resolve it. Can you clarify that?
Before I get to that, let me respond to Sharon's concern about the location of the children's play area versus the dog. That didn't, Sharon, your recollection is incorrect. What was the park house was where the dog run was going to be. Now that's moved down to a point closer to 2nd Avenue. So the children's areas were not affected by the installation of a dog run. Now, getting back to your question.
What about the number of swings? I thought one swing set was removed, but you're.
Sorry, no.
No, okay. Thank you, Barry. I appreciate the correction.
Sure, not at all. Again, Michelle, say again what your question.
It was the fence. There was something in the minutes about the fence, but it wasn't that the committee asked for it to be a certain height, but it wasn't defined as to whether or not that was going to happen. Security reasons.
The language in the resolution is maybe equivocal, but it says, be resolved, we approve the presentation of the new design as long as the Parks Department agrees to extend the exterior fence. That's a condition of our approval.
Okay. Thank you.
There was a robust discussion about a 4-foot fence being inadequate.
Okay, I believe so too. Thank you.
Rita, please.
Call the question.
Is there a second? Peter's thumb is up. I see your real thumb, much better than the mechanical thumb. So with the question's been called and seconded, we now call the roll. All those.
Let's vote on whether to call. Sorry, just keep folks happy if anybody gets on the question.
Yeah. Anybody opposed to calling the question? Well done.
And Rebecca's going to take this one.
Okay. Would you call the roll?
If you would like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause, please raise your hand. Valerie?
I'm just going to abstain.
Give everyone else another second. Seeing no other hands, the resolution passes with a vote of 37 yes, 0 no's, and 1 abstention.
Thank you very much, all. Have a pleasant evening. We've got a long agenda to go through.
Thank you. So next, let's go to the report from the Rules and Bylaws Committee, and I will turn it over to Taina and Rebecca and Chuck. And I will just make a comment at the outset here. I know this is going to be an issue that I'm sure a lot of folks have a lot of opinions on. It's obviously a very important issue for the board. And so I would just make a request that we not get any premature calling of the question, and that we give folks an opportunity to, to have some discussion on this because of the significance of this. So please refrain from trying to call the question quickly, even though I know we have a long agenda. So with that, I will turn it over to the committee.
Thank you. Thank you, Russell.
Thanks, Russell.
I'll just add that I think us as co-chairs would like to say our comments as well. So we'll save those for the end. So just to keep that in mind for calling to question.
Yeah, we have a couple of resolutions. Our first resolution, as Russell was referring to, is something that would be a big change, and that's to basically disband the nominating committee. And we had, first thing to say is that we had just about half of the board, I think, at our committee meeting, and we had a robust discussion. And I think that I want to second what Russell said, is that we should give everybody a chance, because this is obviously a major change in how the board has operated for many years. And the resolution passed 15 in favor, 9 against, and 1 abstention. And so why don't we start recognizing people who want to speak, and then we'll see how many people would like to speak, and we'll go through them here.
And yeah, to clarify, I was referring to this item. This is the first item.
Yeah, I assumed you were.
Thank you, Russell. Can we, Chuck, if you're ready, can we just go to board members and unmute Michelle Birnbaum?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. I, of course, was at this meeting, and I think, in my opinion, the resolution or the suggestion to disband the nominating committee was quite precipitous. It actually came up very early in the conversation. There's a lot more to be said. One of the main concerns that were voiced about a nominating committee was referring to secrecy. And it sort of created a sinister atmosphere about that. And the reason for, I'll change the word secrecy to confidentiality. There was concern that when the nominating committee meets, that information is not supposed to come out of the nominating committee until the nominations are made and formally presented. That was sort of characterized as a sinister thing, when in fact it really isn't. I've been on the board for 16 years. This nominating committee, which I've been on twice, I chaired once, worked very, very well all the years with the exception of this past one. And I'll contend that one of the reasons it didn't work as well this year is because there was no confidentiality. The confidentiality is meant to protect the applicant. It's not, the purpose of it is not to keep secret what the committee is doing in a sinister way. It's that if people are applying for a position or they're going to be interviewed, they may or may not want that publicly known. They may not want a failure to be nominated to be publicly known. There are a lot, but that's the primary reason for it. It's not to keep secret from the board any goings on or anything sinister like that. And actually, at the end of the day, of course, the whole board hears what happened. And in terms of meeting those people that are applicants, they make their statements at the board, so you get a chance to know them. The reason for the confusion, in my opinion, this year is because the rules were not followed, not because they were followed. And not to have a nominating committee with 50 people on the board and nominations coming from the floor from all different directions will be very lengthy, very time consuming, and I contend in the end you might not even have a majority selection because the vote can be split so much. The nominating committee works. You've got a lot of people here. If you have a bad actor or whatever once in a while, well, that could be. We are going to work at the Rules Committee to tweak the board rules, but we don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater. It was way too premature, number one, to make this resolution because it's very, very dramatic. But aside from that, I think it's unwarranted. I think it would be a really big mistake, and consider that you would have to start from scratch now and actually invent a brand new system. People threw out ideas, but all of them put together did not necessarily make a coherent system. So I caution this board. I think we stick with the nominating committee and we tweak it. We go back to the committee and you have some highlighted things in the minutes that are some concern. We go back and we look at them and we take a reasonable approach to this and not be so draconian. Thank you.
Thank you for your perspective, Michelle. Can we unmute Barbara Rudder?
I'm unmuted, right? I voted for disbanding, and I spent a lot of time thinking about it in the community board generally, and I am changing my vote. Some of the things that I agree with Michelle, but I have others also. I've been on the nominating committee, I think 3 times. One was when Michelle was chair. We worked very hard, very conscientiously, and really fairly in analyzing who really wanted the position and what did they want and so on. It really works. I feel so strongly that we're in such a terrible period with COVID. I realize that there are 2 years worth of people that I've never seen. Some of them I don't even see from Zoom because they may have a picture or their phone. And I think this has caused problems that we will overcome. I feel confident we will overcome. The nominating committee allows a group, just like the committee system, to analyze, to see who's there, discuss, and not to demean. And I think this was just a horribly dysfunctional time, and we therefore shouldn't throw it out. So I will be changing my vote. As Michelle predicted, people are going to be changing the vote, right, Michelle? And I will be changing my vote and voting. I'll be voting for keeping the nominating committee, whichever way that comes out.
Thank you so much, Barbara. Can we unmute Peter Patch, please?
I'm a little embarrassed to say, I think I voted in favor of that disbanding, but my issue isn't actually to disband the nominating committee. It's to change the way it functions. I have trouble seeing why 7 people, however well they're selected, have a better sense of who are good candidates and not so good candidates, or acceptable or unacceptable, than any other member of the board. So my position, my suggestion, as I actually made a year ago also, is that the process be open to community board members to watch and hear if you're interested in being involved in that assessment, which I hope most would, that you actually have the opportunity to hear the candidates, and that the role of the nominating committee be merely to facilitate the process by which those positions and those candidates are sort of made present in public. The other comment I would make is, it seems to me, at least in some limited capacity, there ought to be an opportunity for a question and answer of candidates when they come before the full community board. I mean, this is actually one of, and perhaps even the most important set of decisions we make all year. And for them to be, made just with the sort of presentations of the candidates themselves without any opportunity for a Q&A, again, possibly limited, but some opportunity for Q&A. I have trouble making sense of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Can we unmute Alita Camp, please?
Thank you. I don't really know how to do this, but I'd like to move to table this discussion until there could be more time given to look at alternatives, not only for what Peter said in terms of ways that the nominating committee could function, but also in terms of alternatives to the nominating committee. To disband a committee that's been in effect for years and years without having an alternative just doesn't seem like the wisest course of action. Thank you.
You could move to refer it back, table and refer it back to the committee.
I'll do that then. Thank you.
Do we have a second? I think I see Valerie with
Valerie
her
second.
physical hand, but not her.
Valerie second. Is someone want further discussion on that? You want to continue to discuss? We can. Okay. Go ahead, Diana. Why don't you just call on others? We have pending is a motion to table and refer back to the committee.
I just want to, I've been on the nominating committee 3 times, including this last time. And I would like to remind everybody that in the past, we had only one person who was applying for the office, and therefore that became the slate. Nobody challenged anybody. There were no 2 people running for anything. It was just a clean slate. This year we had challenges. So therefore, if the nominating committee picked 7 people out of all of those challenges and presented that slate to everybody, that is purchased. That's the choice of 7 people and not the choice of 50 people. So that is why this particular question has come up, because this is a different situation that will probably happen now again and again. And this is where you have to know how to handle it. All the other committees for 14 years worked smoothly because there were no challenges. So I just want people to keep that in mind, that this was an anomaly and that this is the one that we have to deal with. And I do support that Alita Camp, that we table this and discuss it further.
Thank you, Rita. And I'm going to reserve my personal opinion, not as a co-chair, to the end, but just to be candid, for newer board members like myself who are in their first term, my entire experience has actually been the opposite of what you described. So for both of the times that we have chosen a chair and an executive committee, there have actually been challengers. So I respect that you've been on the board for much longer than me, but for those of us that are newer on the board, that is actually not at all what has been our experience. So
yes, we have had challenges. We have had challenges in the past too, just to reinforce what you said.
Thank you. Thank you for adding your decade of service of experience, Chuck. I appreciate it. Or more. Can we unmute Valerie Mason, please?
Thanks. I just wanted to say that I'm not for or against it yet. I was just hoping, I agree with Alita, just maybe to table it, to have, if the feeling is that we want to get rid of it, then we should be we're replacing it with something else, not just getting rid of it. If the process is going to be replaced by, everyone submitting their name and CV by a certain date, and then there are three meetings where people get to discuss whatever they want and get asked questions, that's fine. But I don't think we should just eliminate the nominating committee and not have a substitute process in its place, because then it's just, I think, not going to work very, very well. I was also curious, I don't think we had any intelligence on this. I mean, when I say intelligence, due diligence, what other community boards in the city of New York do? What is either the best practices or how the other boards are working? So again, that's why I'm just in favor of tabling this. We have until October or November to come up with a different system. And I very much trust the people on the Bylaws and Governance Committee to be able to come either saying that the nominating committee can work with a couple of adjustments, or we have a different structure to put in place to replace it. Thanks.
Thank you, Valerie. And just to address your question, and Chuck, I don't know if you want to chime in, or Rebecca, we did a good amount of sort of research and looking at different boards, both for the nominating committee process and also for the decorum clause, which is the next item on our agenda. And as you might imagine, there's a great amount of sort of leeway, sort of board to board in terms of how some of these matters are handled. And so, there's also like a lot of different ways that different community boards handle how they run their Zooms, right? Like, I mean, we were looking sort of at a lot of, we were comparing sort of and looking at what the borough president's office recommends and sort of what it must be true for all boards across sort of across the city and across Manhattan. And so, there is, right, like, I mean, this is something we can choose to do as a board or not, right? But there were a lot of different like ways that the different boards handled it. Rebecca, Chuck, I don't know if you want to add anything.
We spent a lot of time, actually many, many months ago, reviewing all of the different bylaws, and also former borough president Gail Brewer's model bylaws. I don't want to be wrong in terms of saying what other boards have nominating committees. I know CB4 does, but it's a little bit different. In preparation for future rules and bylaws meetings, I'm happy to gather all of that info and make sure it gets sent out to all board members, if that's helpful.
Thanks, Rebecca. Chuck, do you want to weigh in, or should we move on for others?
I think you both have summed it up well.
Thank you. Can we unmute Craig later, please?
Hi, everyone. So I just want to provide a little defense for the nominating committee this year, because I feel strongly that we acted in good faith and really in accordance with the bylaws as best as we could interpret it and understand it. And I think we've been all aware of the fact that it is a little vague in terms of what it's asking us to do, but I don't even think that's really the issue. I think the issue is the fact that there's now a nominating committee that really serves little purpose at this point. I think, first of all, one of my biggest issues is, and I've been on this committee twice in my 8 years on the board, and I've seen how these committees develop, and I know that it is a political committee. There are definitely instances in which people are working to try to figure out who can be on the board and trying to strategize as to who's going to be on at any given time. And I think that serves as a detriment to the process and makes this political when it is unnecessary for it to even be there. But even moving on beyond that, essentially the nominating committee is requesting a subset of the board to essentially recommend who to report out based on whatever the criteria is, such as who's most qualified or best suited for each role. But I think that presents an issue here, because why should the committee be the arbiters of who is most qualified, and what does most qualified or even mean, and what is appropriate criteria. We can have disagreements as to what qualified means, because one person may, let's say, have a lot of educational background, job experience, or combination of both, but what makes one better than the other? And I think by doing this whole process, we are essentially trying to make a decision for everyone, when at the end of the day, as we know, nominations are allowed to be made from the floor, which just brings us to the same place that we would have been at without a nominating committee and without the contentious outcomes that seem to result from this. So I feel like the time has passed to have a nominating committee if we're going to continue on with allowing nominations from the floor and essentially have a process where we'd end up in the same place. If we were to continue with it, I think we should have just a randomized group of people that are assigned to the nominating committees and take the politics out of it and let this group have a chance to do it without having preconceived notions of who they may want to help, essentially at the end of the day, get propelled into a position of being reported out. I really feel strongly about that, and I hope I didn't ruffle feathers by bringing up that reality, but I think that it's important to recognize that reality exists. Thank you.
Thanks, Craig.
I just raise a
Just as long as you recognize that the reality of politics is always going to be involved in these elections, Greg. So that's just a comment based on my experience.
Yeah, I would just, again, I'm going to reserve like the totality of my comments for the end, but just to, again, Craig, like I respect what you're saying, but just to push back a little, I served on the nominating committee in my first term, in my first year. There was nothing political. I have no idea why I was even like nominated to be on the nominating committee. I had no political agenda. I served on the nominating committee with former board member Takako Kono. Neither of us had any skin in the game in terms of who we preferred. We didn't know any of the people that we were talking to, right? We went through an interview process with community board colleagues that we had just met, right? And so, like, I would just argue, I think that what you are describing is true when you have a dynamic where you have a board where there are no new members and no new perspectives, right? I could see how that would be the case, right? So now in sort of being in a second year, I could see how that could be the case. But, you know, I just, it doesn't always happen in the way you're describing. And again, I've only been on the board for close to 2 years, so this is like my reality. But there are quite a lot of us on the board that are in our first term. So, you know, again, value your perspective, having been on the board for 8 years. But what has happened over the past 2 years has not been what has happened, you know, on this board for the past 20. Can we please unmute Gail?
Can I just raise a procedural question, which is
Sure.
just currently I think we have a motion to table. I'm not sure that a motion to table is debatable. So if that's what's on the table, then
Russell, it is debatable because it's not just a straight motion to table, it's a referral back to the committee.
Exactly.
So once you put that referral back to the committee, a straight motion to table is not, but that just sort of knocks it out. But this is a referral back to the committee.
got it. Okay, thanks for making that clear.
Can we unmute Gail Barron, please?
Thank you. I certainly agree with Alita's suggestion. I think going back to committee, and anyone who doesn't serve on the rules committee currently that really has interest in the bylaws, rather than putting all the burden on 4 or 5 people and then saying, well, how did you come to that determination? I think it's a lot better if some of us volunteer so that we can also help to share that workload. With that said, I actually chaired the nominating committee when Taina was one of our members. And I think when it comes to the politicalization, it depends on the length of time somebody's been on the board, how they know certain people. And those of us that have served a long time, the tendency is to try to be fair. I don't think there's anybody on this board that goes into a nominating process trying not to be fair. On the other hand, preconceived notions exist. So sometimes when you're arguing for a candidate, that argument comes from your own determination, not just how they're presenting themselves during the interview. And part of the issue is we've become more politicized internally because more people have been interested in serving as officers, which I think is frankly a good thing for board members to be interested in being part of the leadership. But what that does do is it creates a whole different set of politicalizations and campaigning before people even throw their hat formally into the ring. So I think that that is some of what has created these problems. Other boards, as Taina said, they all have different processes. And there are some that will just say, we'll have certain people who are appointed to the nominating committee, but basically what they do is they say, this is the date, you get your resume or your CV in, you have a paragraph or two, a statement saying why you want to serve. And that really suddenly creates more of a level playing field. And I would like to see 50 people make the judgment as to who the leadership should be versus having 7 people predetermined, because although most people try to be objective, some people on the nominating committee come in with preconceived notions and they've already decided, and some can be very persuasive. So I think going back to the committee, looking at this, and I certainly volunteer to join the committee rather than do what should be done. But I think if others do as well, I think that would be a positive.
Thank you, Gail. And just to, if half of you were actually at our committee meeting. So for half of you, I'm repeating myself, but we encourage you to join the committee if you care about these issues. We also encourage you don't have to join the committee. You can just attend our committee meetings. We are a very small committee. There are 3 co-chairs and 3 members. That's it. So we encourage you to join the committee or attend the committee meetings, as many of you did last month. Can we unmute Billy Freeland, please?
Hi, good evening, everyone. I don't want to be too repetitive. I want to mostly focus on the alternatives I've studied and share with you why I think we should be looking at replacing the nominating committee. I guess at the outset, I would just say, back at the Bylaws committee meeting, I felt that we should have included in the resolution that the nominating committee does not get abolished until there is an actual replacement. And so I actually would have proposed something maybe like a friendly amendment to fix the resolution. I don't think we have to table it and send it back, because honestly, how many times we're going to have this debate going back and forth? I think we should, as a full board, charge the Bylaws committee with identifying a replacement, not charging them with debating this again and maybe walking it back. But let me tell you a little bit about what I've found in researching this. First, then Borough President Gail Brewer had model bylaws. And here's what they said. They said you should have a nominating committee. Rather, you should have an election committee that does not pick or approve candidates or slates. So it's not a committee that nominates, it's a committee that instead, basically organizes, coordinates the actual election, and then elections would be by signed ballot by the full board. Those are the model bylaws from Gail Brewer. I looked at a couple boards. Community Board 2, on which some of you know I used to serve. Nominations are submitted to a district manager. Nominees, anyone could nominate themselves or nominate someone else. Then, if you're a nominated candidate, you submit a statement, you address the entire board, and then there's a vote by written ballot. Community Board 7, just across the park from us, has an elections committee like the model bylaws call for. They open the floor to nominations. Candidates get a chance to present themselves to the full board. It was mentioned earlier that one of the nice things about having a nominating committee is you get to know other members of the board. And yes, that's terrific for the 7 people on the nominating committee. But I think we'd all benefit from hearing from members new and more established about their vision for our board. And we could design it in any number of ways, having a couple minutes to speak or so at the actual election meeting, submitting a video, answering questions, whatever it is. I think that would be a far better process. I think, there aren't that many boards that I've identified that have an actual nominating committee. The one that Rebecca mentioned, CB4, I went and I talked to a member of CB4. He described their process, their nominating committee, as highly political. The elections are not competitive. People on the board essentially are able to pick who they want to kind of see in leadership positions. It sounds not quite as bad as what we have here, but it does sound more political. My observations of our nominating committee, and I have a lot of respect for those who have served on it. I know everyone's trying hard, but it is a bit more of a political process. I've talked to my colleagues on the board who feel that they don't get a fair shot, who feel sometimes that there are members of the nominating committee who have it out for them or don't like them. I think when you open it up to all 50 members, it really dilutes the power of the one or the two people who might not like you or might have a certain bias on a certain issue. We ought to be encouraging more people to apply for leadership on the board. So I would just urge us all to really reevaluate this. Just because we've had a nominating committee for years and years doesn't mean it has to be that way going forward. We should always strive to be better. I think the model bylaws of Gail Brewer present a really good alternative. And lastly, I'm going to vote against tabling. And if that motion to table fails, I'm going to propose a friendly amendment to fix the resolution, send this then back to the next bylaws committee meeting so that they're required to evaluate and find a suitable replacement for the nominating committee. Thank you.
Thanks, Billy. Just to mention, I do in the minutes there was a footnote saying that, you know, obviously us voting on this doesn't actually change our bylaws because we need to vote on amendments by the full board. We firmly, the members of the board who attended the committee meeting firmly decided that they wanted to vote on getting rid of the nominating committee before we would go back and reevaluate. I'm not saying I agreed with that decision. That's just, we tried to include that in an appropriate way in the minutes. Sorry if it wasn't clear.
But it's not in the resolution, right?
It's not.
No, the resolution is to send it back to the committee, basically.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Billy.
Now,
Can we have Lori?
what's on the floor?
Hi, thank you. I agree for the most part with everything that was said by Craig and everything that was said by Billy. It is a highly political process at the way it is now. And what it results in is basically 7 people deciding who's going to be the officers in the board. And I've had my own experience with it. Not terribly pleasant, and we don't need to go into that now. But the bottom line is, you know, in my previous experience on boards, the only time that there was a nominating committee is when they had to encourage people to run for offices. And I don't think that we have that problem here. I mean, people have, you know, come to the table, and I think that there are lots of people who are qualified for and who seek the positions that are available. So I am not going to vote to table, but I appreciate what Billy said, that if we you know, vote on the resolution, the original resolution, and we vote for you know, this, that we'll send it back. I mean, I agree that we should have a different process, but I just don't think that we need to have this, what seems to me to be very old-fashioned and political nominating committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Can you invite Carolina Tejo?
Hi, everyone. I wanted to go ahead and echo Billy and Craig's sort of response to the nominating committee and add, I guess, in response to what Taina said, the year that she was part of the nominating committee, it was actually me who said we needed different people who'd never been on the nominating committee because it is politicized. Because year after year, we get the same circle of 7 folks kind of going in and out. And so I actually chose to nominate myself, which I was told I couldn't do. And then I'm so glad that some of the members stood behind me and said that I could kind of go into this closed session, because as I noted, it really just goes back and forth year after year, where it's the same people who are on the board in and out. To that degree, I think that what Billy noted is what happens inside the nominating committee with these 7 people is that we go forth and we listen to their story, but then we actually don't get to tell that story to the board. The board doesn't actually get to meet these folks. So it makes more sense, which is what we did with the secretarial positions, is we had them write a statement, send us their CV. We went through it. There were several candidates, and then the board, we think, is more than capable of making the decision of choosing who they want to go forward. After they have that information, it seems incredibly siloed for us to give this responsibility, quote unquote, to 7 people who, one, actually do not get to report back what they found. And being inside of it this past year was very contentious. There was one candidate who was very vocal and almost a little mean, noting that they did not know that somebody else was running for the same office, meaning that there is secrecy behind it. It is politicized. And therefore, if we put it all on the table and we have 5 people going for chair or 3 people going for second chair, the entire board should know who is going for each position. And it really comes down to every man for themselves. I rather each person get their own sort of vote without having a group of folks get skewered for what happens inside a committee that is not allowed to actually report back to the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolina. Can we unmute Rami Segal?
Thank you. I'll be brief, but I have a bunch of points here. First is that I abstained in the committee vote, and I would like to correct that. Honestly, tonight I will be voting in favor of this resolution to remove the nominating committee, and I will be voting against tabling it, and I'll explain those reasons now. My alarm bells were ringing the first time I heard about the nominating committee, and that was 3 years ago when the first board meeting I ever attended as a member of the public was October 2019, where the nominating committee was discussed and formed for that election. Now, the first time I heard it, my alarm bells were ringing because that to me has seemed and has proven to be a undue barrier to A, diversifying our e-board, B, inspiring others to get involved in the board, and C, just basically creating a machine within our board to ram through inter-board policies. Now, all of that is well and good, right? That, like, a nominating committee, I understand the purpose. It's been explained to me for hours and hours on the phone, and many board members can attest that I called them about this because I did my homework on this one. The nominating committee to me seems like when I was a candidate, and granted I ran in my first term as a board member, that was in fact my first year as a board member, I was not given at least the privilege, I guess if that's what it became, of an interview. And I was running in a contested race, and I don't care that in the past that there hasn't been contested races. And the reason why there hasn't been contested races is because, at least in my opinion, is because there was a nominating committee, and people were afraid to go up into a tribunal of 7 people who may or may not be their friends to get judged on their qualifications. For God's sake, I'm a high school student. I'm qualified to be on this board, don't get me wrong, but to go in front of 7 people that I don't know, or I might not like, or I don't have a choice to do, to go in front of them and to argue my case to be maybe nominated by them, when I can just go to my friends or go to someone I care about or I trust on the board and ask for a nomination from the floor, that's undue. The second reason is that as a young person, I felt super intimidated by that. And other candidates who have run in races, either in their first term or have been on the nominating committee, also expressed to me that they were all intimidated by the process. Second thing is that, why do I need to prove my case? My job as an elected officer of this board is to serve all 50 or all 49 other board members, correct? Right? You all voted for me. Whether you voted for me or voted against me, I'm here to serve all of you, not the 7 people that may or may not have selected me in some random process that is not outlined very clearly. I read the bylaws, and there's a plethora of issues with this section. Another point here is that in 2020, the Bronx only had 1 community board. They also have 12 boards in the Bronx with 2 youth members who were in high school, and neither were on their e-board. And second, I am I'm the youngest member to ever be elected in CB8. I'm not the youngest in Manhattan, someone beat me to that. But the point goes is that these kinds of processes are exactly why young people do not want to get involved in community boards. And I'm proud to say I'm elected, and I'm proud to say I'm serving this community in an elected capacity. But at the end of the day, is it really worth it, right? To me, I was appalled by the way that the last 3 nominating committees have acted. I apologize. I mean, no disrespect to anyone who's on any of those committees, but that seemed really discriminatory to me and seemed super undue. And I apologize if I offended anyone, but that's how I feel about this issue. And I really do feel strongly, and I sincerely regret abstaining on that vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Rami. Just to address one of the first things you said, which was that you wanted to change the way you voted. Just to be clear, you can't change the vote that you made at the committee level. You're welcome to vote differently tonight. The second thing I wanted to address is that at the committee level, when we had this discussion, we were planning to address many of the points that you made, which was to ensure that every single person interested in going up for a position was interviewed. So these were, for those of you who attended the committee meeting, and I know you did, Rami, there was continued discussion and the conversation that was going to happen. Again, I want to hold my opinion and perspective. While I voted not to disband the nominating committee, I see many, many flaws in the nominating committee and how it currently functions. So, these were a lot of the things that we were looking to address at the committee level. So anyway, thank you for your perspective.
Yeah, and I will take over calling on people for now. I will just remind everyone with their hands raised that if you've spoken already, we're gonna try and make sure everyone has an opportunity to speak who hasn't spoken, and then also for the co-chairs to add something, because I actually, as someone who also went through the nominating committee, my first term, also as a younger person, I actually, I think I had a different experience. So with that, let's unmute Vanessa. She's unmuted.
Hi there. Thank you so much. I attended the committee meeting. I was part of the debate at the committee meeting, and I also voted to disband the nominations committee, and I will continue to vote the same tonight, and I will vote against the motion to table the discussion and send it back to committee, because we already did have this discussion and we can see how the vote turns out right now. I want to acknowledge and thank those who have served on the nominating committee. And I know and I trust that my fellow board members had the best of intentions, but I do want to share that in my experience, particularly the confidentiality around the nominating committee, whether it was intended for one purpose or another, was completely experienced by me to be completely different and disenfranchising and really, really upsetting. I too was encouraged to run my very first year. This is my second term, so that was 4 years ago. And now this was a year where there were, quote unquote, no problems. Only one slate was reported out of the nominating committee, and nobody had any debate. So I think for all public purposes, everybody thought everything was hunky-dory, which is a term I'm going to choose to use right now. But my personal experience, again, nothing against those on the nominating committee, was really confusing. I was interviewed, but I wasn't clear what the criteria was being used to determine my candidacy. I had no idea that at the end of the process, there would just be one person reported out for that role. I was not aware I could nominate myself on the floor. And then because I expressed a desire to step up and be a part of the executive committee, I couldn't be on the nominating committee. So I now lost the ability to actually weigh in on who would be the chair or the other members. Those of you who know me outside of the community board know that I'm not a wilting flower. I don't usually shy away from stepping up to opportunities, to, getting involved. But you also may have noticed I have never since then been a part of the nominating committee or stepped up to apply for another executive position, because I felt there was no point. I was clearly, for whatever reason, not tapped by the people who went to a dark room in the back and decided to make decisions. And so I just decided that I was going to put my efforts and my time into the things that I could control and be an active member of the community board however I could, even if it didn't include being a part of the executive committee. So this was a very discouraging part of my time on the board. I continued to be a board member, and I continue to, develop relationships with all of you. And I don't think it was intentional, but I'm surprised that a group of people who are involved in policy and management would choose to argue against the, adage that sunlight is the best disinfectant. If we truly believe in opportunity and we truly believe in fairness and objectivity, there's no reason why any of this should be kept confidential. We should be proud of all of us who choose to step up to serve. We're all here volunteers. We're all part of the community. Why wouldn't anybody want to know that they've put their name forward to be a leader? And we should be proud of each other for stepping up, and we shouldn't shy away from more than one candidate. There are many different ways to be leaders, and there are many different qualifications that make people better or worse at different positions, or not even better or worse, who can show different strengths. And that should make many different flavors of our community board for years to come. There's no reason that this needs to be made by a committee of 7. We vote on issues all the time as a board, really important issues that impact people in our community and across our city all the time. Why on earth couldn't we take the time to review some bios, some statements, whether they be written or spoken, and individually make a choice? So that is why I vote to abolish the committee. I think we have time to come up with another solution, but I also don't think it's rocket science. There are lots of boards that I'm sure we all sit on, nonprofit boards, other types of boards where I'll tell you, I used to be a middle school teacher, and I would run my middle school class president elections. You submit your nomination, you provide reasons why this position is important to you, some sort of process where people get to know each other and get to know their backgrounds, and then you vote. It's democracy. And I think that the committee, if we disband the nominating committee, I trust that the Rules and Bylaws committee and anyone who wants to join them will come up with a great solution. So I don't think we need to send it back to the Rules and Bylaws committee just to have this conversation again. Let's vote and see what happens. Thank you.
I actually have like a few points to bring up to sort of address some of what you mentioned, Vanessa. Obviously, you and I was addressed to about those of us who are involved in policy and care about policy. I don't think these things are mutually exclusive, to be frank. Again, at the committee level, just want to remind everyone, and for those of you that were there, which again was more than half of you, there were nuanced perspectives. So while as somebody who is a new member and served on the nominating committee, I see the benefit of having a nominating committee, because I have also seen how toxic the conversation and the discussion on this board gets when we start opening it up for open nominations and people attacking each other. So I have seen that as well. And so it is possible, I just want to push back, to believe that we need a nominating committee and a process and a smaller subgroup of people potentially with requirements that smaller group include new board members serving in their first year, right? To ensure that there isn't this sort of bias that everyone is alluding to. And it is also possible to believe that a nominating committee is needed, but that the confidentiality secrecy piece needs to be removed. So I think I want to move us back from acting like this is sort of a black and white issue, because it really isn't. And if you were at the committee meeting, like the three of us as co-chairs had very different perspectives based on the amount of time we've been on the board, our experience with the nominating committee, right? And so I'm with you. I think all of us are members of this board and serve our community for the right reasons, and I have to believe that, right? Or else I wouldn't serve on this board. So I just wanted to like specifically address that, because there were those kinds of nuanced conversations at the committee level. Rebecca?
Sure. So let's keep going through the list. Abraham is next.
Hi, everyone. Just a quick thing for me. I also support doing away with the nominating committee. I mean, I'm going on my 9th year, 2010. And one of the things that first struck me when I started was that you had the nominating committee, and as soon as they put forth their slate, immediately there was a vote to close nominations. It was like there was this desire to exclude any other inclusion of anyone to run. And that really just rubbed me the wrong way. And I think that as this board has changed over the years, I think the reason we're having these conversations is because we're seeing that nominating committee process of closed doors was not serving this board. And for that reason, I'm going to support abolishing it.
I think there are a whole bunch of other names who aren't there who had raised their hands now that I see. Do you see that?
Yeah, next is Peggy.
Yeah.
Thanks very much. I want to be brief. Two things. One is that I personally strongly believe it would be great if we could postpone voting on this one specific issue tonight and then have the committee go back and have some sort of deadline, such as the July meeting with specific proposals or a specific proposal, and various options have been considered in the meantime. It could include disbanding the nominating committee, but I think it's important, if we want to do that, to have something else instead. And I think that we need to replace something before we just throw something out. So tabling it seems like a reasonable idea to me, and it could end up that we disband the nominating committee. But it seems really important to be talking in terms of what we'd rather have instead if we don't want a nominating committee. So I would like to see the Rules and Bylaws Committee have until a particular date, such as perhaps the July meeting, since normally the nominating committee would get chosen in the September meeting, but a deadline before then to come up with some viable options that could include disbanding in the nominating committee, or it could include continuing the nominating committee. But much more thought really needs to be given to it, rather than some sort of basic knee-jerk reaction. And one other thing that is even more important to me personally along these lines, other than the process of selecting candidates, I've been personally opposed to the idea of ultimately voting for the candidates in a public way. I really think that in every aspect of voting, it's always been a private matter. And I do not see why we vote publicly in this particular form, especially since voting on people that the community board hires for staff, they're not allowed to participate in that. They're not allowed to be part of the meeting at all. So it's not like we always do everything in an open manner. So I'd like the committee to consider the possibility of not doing public voting when the final nominations come down. So thank you very much.
Peggy,
Can I just go ahead, Chuck?
Could I just mention to you, when I first got on the board, we did have a secret ballot for officers. And then the borough president's office came and said, you can't do that. And we looked at that in the Borough President's office, and the law department said, no, you can't do that. So that's why we vote the way we do. And I know, and so I think there are some boards actually who still do that, but I'm not sure why they're allowed to do that.
I was gonna jump in, Chuck, and say that I'm pretty sure when we were doing our research, we found that actually was not an option that was on the table. I do think, and Peggy, correct me if I'm wrong, are you suggesting voting privately, meaning in executive committee where only the 50 board members are present and not members of the public? Or are you suggesting actually a truly private vote, like when you go and vote for your city council member and nobody has to see your vote?
It should not be done out loud. Whatever technique should be employed, it could be paper, it could be it could be digital, but it should not be out loud.
We can go back and check that, but I think we'll. I'll be surprised if it's changed, but we'll go back, Peggy.
That would be great. I'd really. That's all I'm really asking is that if we can review that process.
Russell, you said.
I asked that question again this year. And was told that we had to do it in public.
Yeah, we'll double check it again, but I think that.
Russell, is that because we're on Zoom, or do you think, or was it?
No, it's
because it's an open meeting.
Open meeting.
Open meetings law, right? It's been that way.
No. But if we are in person and we are having an open meeting, could we possibly vote without speaking out loud and saying who we are voting for? Could we?
Your vote has to be recorded.
No, it has to be.
Your vote has to be recorded. So I mean, I don't think the question is about the mechanics of like. You could vote using a paper ballot as long as the results of it were still made public and you knew who everybody had voted for, but I don't think that's what you're talking about.
It is what I'm talking about, because that's what Peggy's suggesting. She's suggesting that we not say out loud who we are voting for.
That's right.
I understood. So, but it would be okay if people still knew. I thought you were talking about a secret ballot where people wouldn't know who you had voted for. That is not permitted. The secret ballot is not permitted.
Right.
If you want to write out your public vote in writing, that's allowed.
But then everyone's names would be read out. Who voted for? You'd read out a candidate, and the votes for that candidate. You'd read out the names. That's.
So just to be clear, Chuck, it is the rules do not allow for, in a setting where we are in person, for everybody to put in either like a paper that says who they're voting for without their name attached to it, or to vote on an iPad. You have to identify which board member is voting for which person.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
That's correct. That's not our rules. That's the.
I was just.
Unfortunately, we don't get to decide everything for ourselves.
I wasn't implying.
I think are
we'll double check.
Greatly
we'll double check
shared.
that. We'll double check, but I think we're going to come back with the same answer. But Peggy, we'll look at it again, of course.
I mean, it seems a little ridiculous that the office of an elected official that literally gets elected by people going into a private booth and not sharing who they voted for would create rules such that we can't do that, but I digress.
I think it's also because technically we are a city agency, and so all actions done by members of that city agency need to be public according to the open meetings law. Next, let's go to cause.
Excuse me. Many people have mentioned that we have no alternative. I mean, we do have an alternative. If one person runs for chair, one person runs for vice chair, the nominating committee, what are they doing? They're saying yes or no to one person. So it's a useless meeting. The next thing, then the nominating committee reports out the person that they want. At that meeting, people are nominated from the floor. Then it gives us another month in which to basically for the person to call everybody and politic for their, on their behalf, or get somebody else to call on their behalf. So as I suggested the other day, why don't we abolish the nominating committee? Everybody that wants to run is nominated at the time of the nominating committee. Then for the next 2 months, we have meetings or open discussions, whatever you want to have, of the people that are running, basically giving their views on why they should run, why they should be elected. That way, we don't really need the nominating committee. We do have an alternative now in place. So why is everybody saying there is no alternative? Okay, that's it. Thanks.
Can we go to Russell since Michelle spoke again already?
Thank you. So on the question of whether to refer it or not, I think we should not. And the reason is basically, I think the question of whether or not to have a nominating committee is sort of a threshold question. And as I see it, there's basically two paths ahead. Yeah, there are, I think we've got two paths ahead of us. I think the question of whether we have a nominating committee or not is a threshold question that determines which of the two paths we take, and each of the two paths is pretty involved. And so it's sort of helpful to know which one we need to go down in terms of working out specifics of the process before we do that. So for example, you know, if we were to have spent a lot of time at the meeting that we had, the committee meeting that we had, coming up with some kind of an alternative process, which I think is going to be a, you know, elaborate sort of involved thing to do, alternative to having the nominating committee, and then we come back and it turns out people want to keep the nominating committee, you know, all of that effort to replace the nominating committee would have been a waste of time. And I think the original sort of theory going in was we're going to come up with ways and we're going to have a discussion of how to fix the nominating committee and what that process should be. And of course, that's going to be a discussion that needs to be had if we decide to keep the nominating committee. And obviously it wouldn't make sense to go through all the effort of having that discussion if we're going to chuck the nominating committee. So I think just the question of like nominating committee, yes or no, is just something we should sort of get settled. And then the committee can do its work of either going through the process of figuring out what the replacement would be, or figuring out what the fixes or changes to the nominating committee, you know, if any, would be. So that's on that. And then just briefly on the question of the nominating committee, I think, you know, to me, the benefits of the nominating committee, or I do think it actually provides for a less politicized and divisive and chaotic process. I think basically the result of getting rid of the nominating committee is going to mean more candidates running for each office potentially, and multiple people. And I, you know, some people may think that's a good thing, and that's a, you know, people can have that opinion, but I definitely think that that will be functionally the outcome. And I think that would not necessarily be good in terms of how the elections are going to be run, and again, sort of what the process is going to be and the politicization of it. And, you know, Kaz made the point, it's not like if you don't come out of the nominating committee, you can't still run. You can be nominated from the floor. Again, I'll just note that when we did questions in the past, the feedback on that was negative. People felt like it was very divisive and didn't really reflect well on the board. And ultimately, I think if, you know, I don't think we want to have that be part of the process. And as Kaz noted, you know, it's possible for people to ask candidates questions under the current system. You just do in the course of your conversations with them and all of that. And then the last point I'll just make is, I think in terms of getting new people to run, I think it's a lot more daunting to put yourself out there for 50 board members than it is to go in front of 7 people in a confidential setting and, you know, maybe sort of run further from there. Or not, depending, you know, you can still decide to run from the floor if you don't come out of the nominating committee. But I think it's actually more difficult and a higher threshold to get new people to get involved if they have to, in the first instance, go to all 50 board members. So those are my comments on the subject.
Thank you. And we will next be going first to Sandrea, then to Shara, and then I think Chuck, Taina, and myself would like to say something before we return to people who have already spoken. So next is Sandrea.
Thank you, Rebecca. Greetings all. I voted to abolish and replace the nominating committee. And if there is a vote, I will still vote the same way. I totally dislike the process because it's just like a party nomination, which sways votes toward the candidate that was nominated. Why are we as a board operating in this manner is beyond me, because it's clearly not a just process for all candidates that have a desire to serve as officers, period. That's it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to Sharon Pope Marshall.
Hi, Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I guess I'm feeling a little bit conflicted. When I was nominated to be on the nominating committee last year, I was really quite happy. I was very, very thrilled. And the reason is that for many, many, many years, being a woman of a certain age, I'm not going to say how many years, but for many years, the nominating committee has been highly politicized. And it begins with who is recognized first to be on the nominating committee. And it starts from there, right from the very beginning. Whose hand is recognized first to nominate someone to be on the nominating committee? Now, I'll tell you that when we moved to having our meetings recorded by Manhattan Neighborhood Network, I thought it was a good thing. And one of the reasons why I did was because you could actually see the trend of who gets called on and who doesn't. So if you go back and if you watch, it's all recorded. One of the reasons why I like Zoom so much is because when you raise your hand, 9 times out of 10, whoever is hosting the particular Zoom or the meeting, they have to go by whose hand was raised in that particular order. You know, I feel as if there's been some progress because people can see. So I was asking myself, why is it that after so many years of there being a politicization of the nominating committee, what happened this last time? A committee that I was so happy to be nominated for. What happened? Even what happened was, and I'm not sure that this has occurred very often, the committee decided in the end that they were not going to take a position. I think I was stunned by the reaction of the board. I was stunned by the reaction of the board because in the bylaws, there's nothing specific with respect to the nominating committee. And because of that, we discharged our duties. And we did not, in fact, I think the term is that we thought that both of the candidates, and I need to correct myself here, both of the candidates were equally qualified for the position. And the board was very, very surprised by that. And I was thinking, why? And is it because we thought both of the candidates were qualified, but that one of them was a chair already, and people thought that we should take the traditional route and say, okay, we're going to go with the chair who is currently a chair. We're going to recommend that he do or she does another term. what is bothersome, I think, to me, is that we need to be very clear as to our own reactions to what the nominating committee recommended, because that seemed to be the catalyst for our discussion and our subsequent discussions regarding the nominating committee overall. And we have already heard that the same people were cycling on and off nominating committees over several years, over many years. And I would say for at least 2 decades, at least 2. And so when I finally had a chance to be on the nominating committee, I was absolutely thrilled. It should not be, the emphasis should not be exclusively that, oh, we have to have new people on the board. The emphasis, I'm sorry, on the nominating committee, if that is what we decide to do, to keep the nominating committee. The emphasis should be that the nominating committee is a reflection of the board itself, and also, and especially in its diversity. Because some people who have never participated on the nominating committee have been on the board and should have been on the nominating committee, but were not, because the process is very much highly politicized. And so this reaction, I think, from the board, the nominating committee shouldn't have done this, the nominating committee shouldn't, no. The nominating committee discharged its responsibilities consistent with what was in the bylaws. And the only thing that I can grasp is that perhaps that this hullabaloo, this uproar was about the fact mainly that the committee said both individuals were qualified. So I'm raising these issues with you because whatever we do, whether we decide to keep the nominating committee, whether we decide to incorporate something else, that if we could emphasize that there should be diversity and a reflection of the board, then that is, I think that would be very, very helpful moving forward. I have also never thought that Community Board A was not politicized. I think it's so naive overall to think that the board isn't politicized. Some people join the board just because they're going to do other things, just because they're going to run or as a way to do something else.
Sharon, can I ask you to sum up a little bit, because we do have still some people who want to speak here. We're heading, and we've been on this a long time.
Yes, thank you very much to the board for your indulgence, and thank you, Chuck, for that reminder. I would just say that, in summary, we should look at whatever we do, whatever our next steps are, that it should be about inclusion, that it should be about diversity. And to the extent practicable, I don't know if it's entirely possible, but to the extent practicable, to limit the politicization of the process. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you, Sharon.
Did I don't know, Tina or Rebecca, do you want to make some comments?
I'm going to go first, and then Rebecca will follow. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that every other hand that is up are board members that have already spoken. Is that correct, Rebecca?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to keep my comments as brief as possible. Those of you who were at the committee meeting heard me speak to, in large part, sort of what I am addressing now, but since not everyone was there, and I don't assume you sit around watching the YouTube replays of a 3.5-hour Rules and Bylaws committee, I'll try to summarize and synthesize. So, as I mentioned, I was appointed to Community Board 8 in 2020, in the spring of 2020. So I have never attended as a community board member a Community Board 8 meeting in person, with the one exception of the meeting that we had in the summer of last year in the campus schools at Hunter, where we had to sit socially distanced apart from each other and wear masks, right? So I don't even think that was sort of a normal experience, right? As I mentioned, I was on the nominating committee a few months after joining the board. So I joined in I was appointed in May of 2020, and I served on the nominating committee. I can't even remember who appointed me. And I have a lot of thoughts about how that process went, right? I do sort of, unlike, and you'll hear Rebecca's perspective in a minute, and Chuck has stated his, I do not think that the way it functions now is perfect at all. I think there's very little in the bylaws that indicates how it should function, how it should operate, sort of ironically, what the rules and procedures are for it. As a new member of Community Board 8, serving on a nominating committee, being one of 2 out of 7 who were brand new board members, it was confusing, right? Like, it was confusing that there was a confidentiality clause. So I felt like I couldn't ask board members and I know some of you, because some of you I've known in my professional life. I used to cover Community Board 8 a decade ago when I worked for Hunter College, right? And I felt like I couldn't call anybody that I trusted on the board that wasn't on the nominating committee to ask basic questions about how the committee was supposed to function, right? So I have issues with sort of, how we deal with that confidentiality piece, or why it even exists. I agree with many of you that have stated that part of it isn't completely undemocratic, right? I had issues with the fact that we were sent out to a breakout room and demanded that we pick a chair out of 7 people without any context, right? I had issues with the fact that I didn't know when I went into that breakout room who amongst my 7 on the nominating committee had served on the nominating committee before, how long they had been on the board, sort of what understanding they had of the rules and bylaws related to the nominating committee. So I am by no means, and I'm saying this because, again, I feel very strongly about this. It's part of why I was inspired to co-chair the Rules and Bylaws Committee, but I also think it's incredibly important that I am co-chairing a committee with 2 co-chairs that have more experience than me on the board. Chuck, who has chaired the board, right, who adds a perspective that is different and that is additive, right, and beneficial. And so to many of you who made points, I hear a lot of the points or folks that believe that it should just be about like banned and abolished, whatever. I don't think we have, and we were trying to get to that at the committee, right? We added this to the agenda because we don't think that how things went down this year, and I don't think even how things went down last year, although it wasn't as clear to everyone because we weren't allowed to talk about it, right? I'm probably breaking some rule by even talking about how dysfunctional last year's nominating committee went, just full transparency, right? So I think that what we were trying to accomplish at the committee level that clearly so many of you felt so strongly about, and that's why more than half of you attended, right? Although we weren't getting questions about why we weren't meeting every month before that, but I digress, is precisely that it's clear that we've gotten to a point where there's a lot of new board members, there's a lot of lack of clarity about how many of these processes go, and frankly, as a new board member, I will say, not just with the nominating committee, but with many of the decisions that we make, there's a lack of clarity over what's in the rules and what is not. When I joined the board, I asked to co-chair a committee, and I was told that as a new member, I couldn't co-chair a committee. And then I couldn't co-chair that committee, even though the chair of that committee wanted me to co-chair that committee with him, until a new chair was elected to the board, right? Nowhere in the bylaws does it say that a brand new board member can't co-chair a committee. Why? I had the content area level of expertise to co-chair that committee and was told that I could not. And so I think that we choose as a board, and again, I will say, I think the dynamic would be different. The experience of new board members would be different if we were not on Zoom. I'd be able to build more, real tangible relationships with folks. But the reality is we are on Zoom, right? We continue to be on Zoom. And therefore, the nominating committee, me being able to be part of it, was one of the first ways I felt like I could actually participate, have a role, have a say in something that was relevant and important, right? And I get what you're saying, Sharon. I appreciate your perspective about how Zoom might have created a more sort of fair and democratic process for who is called on. As a new board member, I will say, and I've shared this with Russell, and actually, he was responsive to my complaint about this at the last meeting. As a new board member, you know what Zoom does not allow? An opportunity for me to just ask a clarifying question, or to, not raise my hand because I want to give my opinion on something, but just actually just say, pause, I don't understand what the process is here. So I think just as a board, we just need to be realistic about the fact that we pick and choose when we decide we're going to be really stringent with the bylaws and rules and Robert's rules and procedural stuff, and when we're not, right? And so I'm going to turn it over to Rebecca soon, but I would just say, I think that there is a lot more to discuss. And again, I'm not speaking as co-chair of the committee, don't want to seem biased, but there was a robust discussion and a lot of great ideas that were coming to light and coming to the table that we didn't have a chance to deal with at the committee level, where I think we should, about what we could replace a nominating committee with, or whether it's, I think, Bill, you mentioned an election committee. I think there are other alternatives, and there are other ways that other boards do this that I think could address a lot of the concerns that many of us have. And so it's sort of I feel like we should not treat this issue as black and white. It is not like people who have been on the board for 8 terms all think the nominating committee should stay, and those of us that are in our first term all think it should be disbanded, because that's just not true. And so it is, again, I see it as an opportunity. I think, Sharon, you mentioned this about not necessarily needing to require a new board member to be on the committee. You brought up something that I would have never thought of, right? So maybe somebody should be on the committee who's in their first term. 2 people should be on the committee who have never served on the nominating committee. And there should be somebody on the committee who has more than a year of experience, so that they can help guide those of us that are new on the committee and new on the board, right? And have some perspective, right? So, the year that I served, Gail chaired the nominating committee. It was helpful to have her perspective as somebody that, has been on the board for a long time, right? So I think we just need to be a little more balanced about the fact that there is added value that we all bring to our conversation and how we do things and run things, that sort of we have a committee of newer board members and people that have been on the board for many terms, and there is value to that. And so, I'm going to turn it over to Rebecca, who, again, as a younger board member and a fairly newer board member, but who has a term on me, has a different perspective. I really just would call upon everybody to not think of this as a black and white issue where we are so divided in terms of people who have been on the board for a long time and people who just joined.
Great, thanks. I'm going to cut what I planned to say a lot, since the motion currently on the floor is to table this discussion and send it back to the committee. But I do feel it's important to note my experience as a newer board member and as a younger board member. Mind you, also, when I went through the nominating committee for the first time, most people thought I was still in high school. So I actually thought that the only reason I had a shot at becoming a board officer was because of the existence of the nominating committee. I think it serves as, you know, a barrier to prevent this from being a full-on popularity contest. The ability to prove my case as to why I thought I was the most qualified or qualified, however you want to phrase it, was so much easier and made it so much easier for me to decide to run for secretary the first time, when I knew I just had to prove my case to 7 people, because 49 other board members had no idea who I was, right? If I had the chance to argue my case and remind people that I was like crazily taking notes during every meeting and corrected the minutes multiple times, like, it was the only opportunity that I felt, you know, I had to become a new member, to become a board officer at a younger age and also as a newer member. And I really think, I mean, I'm so proud if you look at who our board officers are this year. It's very diverse. We have a lot of new members serving as board officers. That makes me so happy and so proud. And I really think that actually the only way to ensure that remains the case in the future is to have this kind of screening process through a nominating committee, because, you know, as someone way more senior than me had said during the Rules and Bylaws committee meeting, we're a city agency. Every person who serves on the board is qualified, but to serve in an officer position, we have a civic responsibility to kind of have a screening process. And I actually think with the changes we plan to address in future Rules and Bylaws committee, we can get the nominating committee in a much better shape. So I would welcome people to vote to table this. Thank you.
The only thing, I don't want to get into a long discussion. The only thing I would say is that I think Alita had it right in the sense that we have some difficult issues to look at. And in our last meeting, it was a long meeting, and we really didn't get to fully discuss. We ended about 9:30. It was about a 3-hour meeting, and we didn't get to fully discuss what we should do. There were a number of ideas thrown out, and I think it at least in my view, that it makes sense to go back and look at things and see, because as we've talked about the complexity, and see, all right, what would we try to replace it with? What flesh that out a lot. And Billy had some suggestions, other people had some suggestions, and we could toss that around and see what we come up with. And I think that makes more sense, in my view, than just saying, all right, let's just throw it out and then start. I think it's better off going back. We had 25 members at our last meeting. We could have 48 members at the next meeting if people feel so inclined. And in fact, our next meeting is coming up on the 23rd. So that is really all I'll say, because, but I think it does make sense to go back and give us a chance to really look at all of this and say, okay, here's what we think makes sense if we're going to replace this.
Chuck, we have 5 board members, but they all spoke, and so just procedurally.
Yeah. If I could just break in and say, I think at this point, motions to call, or sorry, not motions, but calling of the question is certainly in order in light of the discussion. So.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah. So why don't we just see if anybody, Barry, I think Barry Schneider hasn't spoken though.
Oh, he just raised his hand. Barry, do you want to raise your hand? Are you calling something to
I'll
question?
be very brief. Call the question.
All right, Barry, thank you.
Is there a second? Do we see a second there?
Rami,
second.
Okay, I see people waving their hands. Is there anybody?
And just a reminder, this is a motion to table and return to committee.
Right. Is
there technically a motion to refer it to the committee?
Yeah, refer it. Correct. Is there, okay, is there anybody against calling the question? Okay, so why don't we turn it over? The question is on tabling and referring back to the committee. So
this
with
is my
secretaries,
vote.
I guess the secretaries.
Yeah, can we just
Yep.
not have Rebecca do it since?
Yeah,
she's-
I got it.
Thank you, Remy.
So all those opposed, not voting for cause, or abstaining on sending it back to the committee, please raise your hand. I see Russell.
No.
Yes. Lori.
No.
Billy.
No.
Cos.
No.
Vanessa.
No.
Craig.
No.
Gregory. Gregory.
No.
Thank you. Carolina.
No.
David.
No.
Sandrea.
No.
And myself is a no. Anyone else voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause? Please hold for the tally, but motion carries.
So we'll see everybody
I
on
don't
the
have
20th.
official total yet, but it carries.
We'll see everyone on the 23rd. So bring a lot of coffee.
Yep. Do we want to take
Yeah.
up? Well,
Yeah,
in case
let's
you
take
guys, yeah, we have one more item.
One more item. You want to go
I
ahead?
can,
Do you want to-
I'll bring that
Why
just
don't you
because
go ahead, Rebecca? Why don't you carry this one?
this was a little bit of a pet project of mine as I became a co-chair of this committee. I was very interested in Gail Brewer's model bylaws, and she had a decorum clause. Essentially, she had written the model bylaws because she wanted all of the community boards to kind of have the same bylaws. I don't think that's necessary, but I thought this is an interesting thing that was very necessary and timely that we didn't have in our bylaws. It passed unanimously through the committee, but I'm happy to answer any questions anyone has. I will say the only kind of outstanding thing from that discussion was that we, in terms of staff relationships and treatment of board members, that's something we cannot address in the bylaws, but as was said during the committee meeting, we have other avenues in which we can address that. I think this is just a simple, easy, welcome addition to our bylaws.
Yeah, and I'm happy to read the resolution, but I think we have a few hands up, so if we can unmute Billy.
I was going to make a motion to approve the resolution.
Well, it's on the table. You don't have to do that, Billy. It's on. You want to call a question. That's one thing. Unless anybody, I don't know if Peter wanted to say something before we get a second on that. Peter, do you want to comment
Peter,
on
can you
it?
give a thumbs up if you wanted to say something? Okay, can we unmute Peter?
Actually, first of all, I'd actually like someone to read the decorum clause so that I know what it says. The second comment I'd like to make along with that, and this, well, if there was an appetite for it in that subsequent meeting, this might be a subject of discussion, is precisely, I mean, I do feel there have been issues around civility and respect in the community board, and I would welcome a conversation, a brief one, and a really sort of more aspirational, not something for the bylaws, but for a very brief statement that say, here are some of the values that we have as a community board, and we, encourage everybody to respect them. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
I will gladly read the resolution and was planning to. Do we have other hands up though before I do so? Barbara Rutter.
I was going to call the question. However.
Is there, okay, I don't see anybody else's hand. Billy had discussed that before. Is there anybody else? Second, I think Michelle. So is there anyone who does not want to call a question? We can read it before.
I can read it.
have the vote. So, okay, so I think the question's been called, but why don't you, before we vote, why don't you read it, Tana?
Sure. The following resolution was acted on when meetings are held in person. Members shall, whenever practicable, sit in seats adjacent to each other and apart from the general public so that they are identifiable as board members. Members shall not engage in private discourse that is disruptive or commit any other act tending to distract the attention of the board from the business before it. When speaking or debating, members shall confine their remarks to the matters under discussion or debate, avoiding negative personal comments. Members should treat each other with courtesy and respect in meetings and in any other interactions outside of meetings. In addition, members should also treat community board staff, all members of the public, and applicants appearing at the board with similar courtesy and respect. Divergent opinions shall be respected by all members, and committee chairs shall be respectful of the public.
Hey, I guess we're ready to vote. Do we have the secretary?
Yes, I have the vote total on the previous motion, 26 yes, 10 no's. So I think I'm taking this one again. So please raise your hand if you're voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause. Seeing none, motion carries.
Thank you, Rami.
I think we're done. I think
36 to 0 to 0.
I think we're done, Chuck. I don't think anybody
I
wants.
think we're
any
done.
more.
I think they've seen enough of us today.
Yes, I
Yeah,
think so.
yeah, we're going to move on. So thank you guys very much. And we will hand it over to the Health, Seniors, and Social Services Committee. So Rebecca and Wilma and Barbara.
Okay, I'm going to take this. We had a committee 2 months ago dealing with problems with getting good medical care in our area. We have the best hospitals, the best doctors, but so many stories of Medicare particularly, but insurance generally, that doctors have stopped taking it, that wait times have been excruciating, and generally complaints. I invited Rebecca Seawright, who also invited Dick Godfrey, both Assembly people. Dick is the chair of the Health Committee of the Assembly and has been the author of the New York State Health Act for many years. It was in that committee that those that attended said they would like to hear more about the New York State Health Act. I will tell you that I've been chair of this committee for many years, and we actually did have another forum and hear about it. I've sent out not only the resolution we had, but questions and got more questions. I think we had something like 25 questions that are attached that Dick actually did answer. His office did answer some of them. We realized that what happened in the past, and we still felt, was there wasn't enough concrete to say we are for the New York State Health Act. It is something that if it passes, there will be a lot of times. But we did have a resolution to say that we are for the goals of, and this was Lori, I thank Lori for this wonderful word, the goals of the New York State Health Act, which is numerous. They're there. Not only will it provide health care for everybody, doctors will get paid more. We're saving money on the insurance companies that are charging so much, and the advantage companies that are charging so much. Drug companies will be, the drugs will be cheaper because they'll be able to be negotiated. Long-term, the health care will be, long-term care insurance would be included as well. A lot of the stuff that's in Medicaid at this point, eyeglasses and hearing aids and dental will be included. And we felt that this is just very fair. And we can answer questions if they're there.
So you have Alita, Lori, and Peter Patch.
Okay. Do you want to call on them?
Yeah, Alita, go ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you. And thank you, Barbara. I know how hard you've worked on this. I can't think of why anyone would oppose the basic goal of healthcare for everybody. But in everything that you've recited, those are wishful thinking on the part of Assemblymember Gottfried and everyone else who supported it, because he never provided any kind of explanation of how drug prices will be negotiated when the federal government hasn't been able to, or how everyone, there won't be waiting times. I sent you an article in the New York Times about the dramatic increase. Go ahead.
No, I said I read it. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I don't ignore anything you said me, Alita.
I know, and I'm glad we're able to do that. Thank you. Right. In England, and that people are dying or really in far worse health because of the wait times for treatment. And I know, because I have family in Canada, that that's true up in Canada too. I just think a lot, and I don't remember everything else you've listed, but I know we've talked about it, that there are so many open issues that really, or answers that we don't have explanations for, or questions that were raised that weren't answered, that the only goal I could really support is the goal of healthcare for everyone, which is laudable and necessary, but there just aren't any concrete specifics or answers to all of the other things that were raised. And that's my real concern. And depending on what we're actually voting on, my vote would have to be that unless it's a very broad goal, such as healthcare for everybody, I couldn't vote yes, because those are goals that you listed, or those are our goals. They're not necessarily what is going to be part of the plan, because there's an appeals process that wasn't mentioned, at least in some of the original meeting. We don't know what will be appealed. There were just a lot of answers that were very wishful thinking like, but I've already said that. It's late, so I'll stop.
Right.
Thank you.
I'm not going to argue, because I have mixed feelings also. I will say the appeals, he did answer the appeals question of saying that, yes, you can still get help. We have an appeals process now. There is frustration of long waits. I know that there was some talk with Canada that's, I hear mixed things with Canada and long waits, that so many of the issues are unknown now. And in terms of drugs, whether it would really happen, his feeling is that there would be this lobbying group that would be so large that the feeling is that he could get lower prices, which is the hope.
Right, the hope and feeling are words that.
And that's why we changed the resolution to say the goals rather than the specifics. I mean, I know that's what we're saying.
I know, and it's really hard to grasp onto anything. Thank you, though.
Any other discussion? I don't know who else raised their hand.
Lori?
Hi, thank you. I just want to repeat one incredibly unpleasant experience that I have had personally, which nudged me, into this, the camp of supporting this because of all the reasons that have been put forth by, I'm sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. Anyway, I've had multiple sclerosis, as I know you're all sick of hearing, for like 20 years. And I'm grateful that the drugs that I have been put on have kept me up and about and walking and breathing and seeing for more than 20 years. My aunt, who was my father's oldest sister and did not have the drugs that I've been taking, died in a wheelchair, incontinent. She had the same disease and her outcome was very, very much different. So the drugs work. And the particular drug that I take, the market price at this point is $115,000 per year for one drug. Now people say, oh, but you don't pay that. You don't pay, there's people pay. The top tier drug, which this is, under Medicare, which I have, is that Medicare will pay 25, I think it's 28% now, 28% of the cost of the drug. So you do the math, 28% of $115,000 is an amount of money that I dare say most of us cannot afford for one single drug. So that's all. And the other thing is that because I'm on an Advantage plan to save a little money, they have come to me 3 times now, 3 different times saying, we're not going to pay for your drug next year. And why don't you talk to your doctor and see if you can get on a different drug? And so I've been taking the same drug for the last, 20 years, and it obviously works for me. But they wanted me to talk to my doctor about another drug. So I did that. I called my doctor and I said, and they even suggested alternative drugs. And my doctor said, they don't work the same way. It's definitely not the same. And so I was like, okay, so, we're going to say no. So I went back to the company and I told them in no uncertain terms that if they weren't going to pay for the drug, I was going to drop the coverage and go to another one because I found one other company that would pay for the drug. So they looked around and they said, no, it's fine. It's fine. We'll pay for it. It's okay. It's okay. So I said, okay, fine. So I thought that the problem was solved. 2 more times, they came back to me saying, with the same argument, we're not going to pay your drug, call your doctor. These are the alternatives. I, again, called them up, read them the Riot Act, said, you can't do this, this drug works. And they said, okay, fine. 3 different times they came to me and said they weren't going to pay for the drugs that are keeping me walking. So I am and I have finally gotten the absolute truth, and I've ordered the drugs, so I know that they're doing it, and so they're paying for it, but just until the end of the year, and then I'm going to have to go through this again. But the point is here that if I were not such a big mouth, I would be in really bad shape. Because those companies count on people to get scared, to understand that, to think that they're not going to pay for the vital drugs that they need for their health. And then they go away and the bean counters, save all the money. So, and I'm just grateful that I have such a big mouth because, I will fight for it, but most people will not. And this is the reason why many, many people who could benefit from these, I won't say life-saving, but life enhancing, life normalizing drugs are not taking them because they simply cannot afford them. So I'm gonna stop talking now because I know that you guys are sick of hearing about all this stuff, but I just cannot emphasize enough. If the government can afford to pay for the many things that the government has been paying for, we can afford as New York State, and the budget is fine, right? Kathy Hochul came out and said the budget is fine. We have the money. We need to get the New York State Health Act. Thank you.
I'm also going to add, Lori and I have talked about long-term care and how expensive it is and how something has to be done. And this bill does address it. And I think that our committee thought it was part of the goals was the long-term care also. Do you agree, Lori? I know we've.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
I absolutely agree. And the thing is that even though like all the T's aren't crossed and all the I's aren't dotted, I think that there is no question that we can make this work and we need to do it in New York State because New York State is always a leader in these things. So we want to pass this so that we become the leader, and then other state, Oregon may, follow us, the other, some of the more progressive states will follow us and do this, but New York is so close. We are so close and we need to make this happen. Thank you.
Who's next, Will?
Peter Patch, and then we'll have Peggy Price and Michelle Birnbaum.
I'm going to try to be brief on a very deep and complex subject. A sentence of background. I mean, I've been a consultant to Citibank at fairly high levels, helping them think about how to run their mortgage business and multiple billions, et cetera, their credit card operations and different, their country plans in different countries, similar with Pepsi. The healthcare industry, apart from possibly criminal justice and education, is 1,000 times more complex than any other business. And the notion, much as as Alita said, I love the objectives, absolutely love the objectives. But to say you can turn it over basically to a healthcare czar and a policy committee of something like 2 or 3 dozen people, totally ignores the notion that this is really 100 different businesses, and each of these businesses has to treat every individual client and customer uniquely. You can't treat them, like widgets and process them in any simpler standard way. The only suggestion that I actually came up with fairly recently is, and incidentally, I mean, I've read the law and I've read the analyses of it, and the impacts are vastly understated and mostly not understood, as far as I can tell, by the people offering that commentary. My suggestion is that you pick something like 4 cities in the state. It could be Buffalo, Albany, say Plattsburgh, and Patchogue or what have you, and actually try to pilot it there and see what the impacts are on delivery, see what the impacts are on attracting medical professionals, see what the impacts are on training professionals, see what the impacts are, because I do believe one area where I do believe they have it right is you can negotiate drug prices and do a much better job than the way it's done now. So I think it's a wonderful objective. I think it's hugely complex. I think very few people understand or have any notion of how complex it is. I mean, my wife has cancer issues, and she's had actually 3 different kinds of cancer. I mean, I couldn't begin to understand any of those issues, even though I've been immersed with them, for a number of years now. So I say, I love the concept. I think we should go forward in a stepwise process where we learn, frankly, what we're talking about. And the only suggestion I have is to try to pilot in different areas. And then we can actually talk knowledgeably about what kind of results this approach would provide. Thank you.
Just to say that this bill was based on Medicare and Medicaid, a lot of it. We do have systems that are.
That they do. But what they do is they fund a portion of it, and they fund less than their fair share of the services they provide, and all the complex issues. For example, issues of whether there's fraud in the system. Those are largely, much as I'm not a fan of insurance companies, those issues are examined more by insurance companies than they are by Medicare and Medicaid. So that's a funding mechanism, but it is not a management or oversight mechanism sufficient to the size of the challenge, in my view. And it's just my thought. Thank you.
Will?
Peggy?
Oh, thanks very much. I just wanted to point out a concern I have, which is it's come to my attention that very few people in New York State are aware of this proposed major change to healthcare coverage, even though it would affect every single person in the state. They'd all have to be part of this plan. They couldn't have their own insurance. We don't know how many or what percent of New York State residents actually would want this major change. So I feel it might be a little too early for us to take a position. I realize this is about the goals, but the goals would entail universal coverage without any option to being in the state plan, that as I understand it. And so I really think that instead of us taking a position on this, that we ought to start some kind of campaign to educate the public about the Health Care Act and see if people really want to have this major change done to them, imposed on them. And if they do, that's great. If they don't, they don't. But we don't know now. And so we shouldn't be, I think it's not the right strategy to take a vote on something or support something that most of the public knows nothing about and may or may not want to do. So again, I'm just favoring more of an educational campaign than a vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I would just say I had 2 huge forums and then we had this meeting, so I'm not sure. But anyway, yeah.
I think I was unmuted. So let me just say this. I thank the committee very much for taking on this topic. But I think the committee and this board, this is way above our pay grade for all of the reasons plus that Peter has mentioned. Health professionals, economists, everybody of every kind of profession have been working on this for decades, and it seems to be it's very problematic. Let's please take out of the discussion tonight whether or not we would like to see everybody treated for their illnesses and everybody having proper coverage. Let's take that away, because now we're talking about an actual thing that's being proposed and those goals. The goals that you stated, there is absolutely no evidence that they will be, that they will happen in this care. It can't happen in this care. First of all, you had only a presenter who was an advocate. You had nobody in opposition to show you the pitfalls of this. And just roughly the pitfalls is, it says it provides care of every kind for everyone. That is not possible. There's absolutely no indication in this bill that Lori would get her drug. There's no indication that anybody would get the care that they want. When you have an overriding bill like this, you will definitely have rationing. And one of the people who were the primary writers of single payer system was Ezekiel Emanuel. Ezekiel Emanuel is a doctor, the brother of Rahm Emanuel. I'm sure you've all heard of him. And his point of view for medical care is that it really should only be primarily provided for those people who are financial contributors to the economy. So if you think that this bill, because this is all prefaced on those thoughts, if you think that it's going to approve knee replacements for 70 and 75-year-olds, you are quite mistaken. On the other end of the spectrum, if you have a newborn, a premature baby born, if you think this bill is going to pay for the $1 million bill for the NICU for 3 months, you are mistaken. There will be rationing. There is no question about it. And sometimes the rationing will take place in waiting time or just cutting off. I mean, I too have an anecdotal experience. I was at the bedside of a friend in England. The man was 81 years old. He had an infection. He was getting antibiotic for his infection. We came back 2 days later, they had pulled the antibiotic. We said, why? This was the National Health. Why did you pull the antibiotic? Well, he's 81 years old. My friend whose father this was, she pulled him out. She put him in a private hospital. She had the means to do that. And she has private insurance. They started his antibiotic. He was cured. He went home from the hospital. He died 3 years later of something else. So we all have stories that we can tell on both sides of the spectrum. But I can tell you that at a time when businesses are trying to recover from the pandemic, the taxes will go way up. Your 401ks will be impacted. Capital gains are going to be very, very heavily taxed. This thing is not paid for. And I read this bill and the outline of what they're doing. They're mainly saying you will have this and you will have this and you're going to have long-term care. I know how expensive long-term care is. You will not have any of this because medicine is never so expensive as it is when it's free. And this bill had a one-sided report on this. There is no indication that rationing will not be a part of it. In addition, this bill introduces a tremendous middle management component. So a good percentage of monies allocated are going to go to that middle management. There are many cities, each of which is going to have like 12, supervisors, and that's for every city. And then there's going to be boards, and then everybody is going to have a healthcare carer, somebody who's managing your particular case. This is a big middle management issue. One of the reasons that medicine went up as high as it did is because it became where it was not an issue between the patient and the doctor. It became a patient and Blue Cross, it became the insurance companies, and the decisions on your health were made not by the doctors, but by the insurance company. And they are made for cost effectiveness. And so will this bill. You're changing the modality of it, but you're not changing what will happen, because these days, if anybody needs care, the people that get caught in the middle is the middle class, the middle class, not the poor and indigent. They're well taken care of, not the very rich. They're well taken care of. And the lower middle class is taken care of. But in terms of money earned, it's the middle. Now that middle, if they get an unreasonable bill, these are all negotiable with the hospital, with the doctor. You can't afford drugs. Most drug companies, if you really can't afford it, they will work something out with you. So all this is possible. But when you put into place a single payer, California, of all states, just rescinded their single payer. They just took it off the ballot. And I think the other one was Indiana. I made a note of it. They just took it away. This is not a panacea. And frankly, this is way, way, way too complicated for us. We don't have the knowledge. We don't understand the financing. And I would dare to say, if you explain the financing from today until tomorrow, you still wouldn't get it. And there is nothing in this bill that guarantees anything that it says will happen, especially it will have rationing. And if you notice, there's not a lot of elder care in here. You don't see a lot of that because that is not the expectation of this bill. And now you have inflation of 7.5%. And so now you think, and everybody's taxes will go up in order to pay for this, which will put less money in the economy. That will be an absolute nightmare on many, many fronts. We are way out of our league in this. I would say we vote this down tonight, or we don't vote on it at all. That would even be better, because this will just never work. Big problem.
Okay, thank you. Anybody
I'm
else?
just going to say that it's getting late, so I'm hoping we can all try to be as concise as possible in our remarks. But go ahead.
We have Gail, then Elaine, then Rami.
Thank you. We know of the issues in Great Britain without additional private insurance. The waits are horrendous. The same is true in California. But I think that Michelle really pinpointed the major issue, and it really comes down to cost. That is the reason that California rescinded its bill. Vermont tried very hard. They worked 3 full days attempting to figure out how they could cover those costs. They weren't able to put in universal health care. Massachusetts has it, but now they're in a form of crisis because of cost containment. They're not able to prevent those costs going up. And whether it's long-term care, what happens with hospice, we're an aging society. So a lot of the problem really just comes down to pure finances and looking at how other states have done really careful homework with specifics, with saying this is covered, that's covered, X, Y, and Z. In this bill, just looking at it, so much of it is open-ended, and to assume that companies are going to stay in the state if suddenly they have yet another financial burden that they have to undertake with inflation, with everything else, with all the other taxes. I mean, I think that sometimes when something sounds like it's too good to be true, unfortunately it is. Those are my comments.
Elaine?
Okay, thank you. I agree with the statements that we do not have expertise from an economic perspective or even a health perspective to really analyze even this broad legislation that has been put forward. Indeed, it is very broad. It has no specifics, no understanding of really what would work. It is so confusing to look at if you currently have insurance through collective bargaining or through unions. What happens? What happens when you leave the state of New York? You can't take that insurance with you, right? Doesn't say you can, you can't. I'm going to give you an experience I'm going through. I'm a retired state employee, but my health benefits are through the city, as is true for those who work for the government in the city. Those who retire were guaranteed health benefits because we took very low salaries, maybe 1% increase a year, if that. What has happened is the city decided that they were no longer going to cover us through Medicare, and they wanted to have the retirees go on to a Medicare Advantage program that has no details. I never even got the policy to look at. You had a choice to stay in that program or opt out and pay premiums. The reason they were doing it is because they'd saved allegedly $600 million by putting retirees in an Advantage Care Medicare program. Then they could give current employees a raise. Well, what's interesting is we didn't get raises because we were assured health care. I have opted out and will pay premiums. Why? Because none of the hospitals will take it. MSK was not taking it. All of a sudden, they will take it. Who knows if they really will? The whole process in that program of getting referrals, it's not what we were promised. But the key was, if you look at the one thing, when I looked at the traditional Medicare, it says in there, Medicare Advantage programs do not cover hospice care. Wow. That's a big expense as you're dying and might need that kind of support system. The government did not keep its word. I do not believe that the state of New York has the ability to honor this general policy because there's no details, and that's the key.
Yeah.
So I will not support this. I think if the legislature wants to do something, then they better come talk to us all, because most people don't. And Barbara, yes, you had 2 forums, but tell me, how many people in our district really come to a lot of events? Okay,
I had over 100 people in both forums.
I'm not.
I mean, I
Barbara,
did, but I understand what you're saying. I'm not arguing with you.
Okay,
I'm going to.
don't, because I also ran committees with 400 or 500. It's a small number of the community.
Right.
We have the largest elderly population in the city of New York in our district. I've talked to people. They don't even know what the single payer was. This was a concept that was put on the burner before the feds, and Clinton tried to do it, and then we got Obamacare. It's an old policy. It's something that Richard Gottfried has wanted. It's a little payoff as he retires. The reality is, it is not ready for us to look at. I cannot support this. I know what I'm going through. And the other thing is, you don't know who will manage the program. I doubt the state will run it. They'll contract it out, which is very expensive. And by the way, the contract was awarded in the city to a firm that's under investigation from the Department of Justice for Medicare fraud. Okay, so I could not support this without details.
Elaine, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just going to ask a question. I was the one that really pushed to have the first meeting about our system because I had a medical issue. I did go to a Medicare doctor that I found the only one I found that would take me as an internist, and he really did something terrible to me. I ended up going to a non-Medicare doctor that charges me $2,500 every time I went. And luckily I had it. I was so sick that at least this doctor was there. I was in the hospital and rehab for close to a month this summer.
Sorry to hear about it. We've all had illnesses.
Yeah.
But this concept will not.
I know it's the only, my feeling, and I don't want to argue, and I know I shouldn't, but it came from a part that things aren't working now, and it's just something, I understand what everybody's saying and so on. And that's why we came up with the goals. Okay, is there anybody else, or does somebody want to call the question or table it or do anything else?
Rami has his hand up, and I think he does want to.
Thank you, Barbara, for your work on this. Both meetings were great. Call the question.
I don't. So we're calling
Alita
the
seconds.
question on accepting. Somebody say.
Alita,
the
no,
question on
it doesn't.
accepting?
So does someone second that?
Did somebody second?
Andrea, David.
Chuck
Samantha.
seconds.
Okay, there's enough.
Okay. So Rebecca,
So who's anyone opposed to calling the question? Have your hands up. Alita is opposed.
Who's opposed to calling the question?
So there's one opposed to call the question. So let's call the roll and do that.
Okay.
Andrea?
All right. Please raise your hand if you are voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause. Felice?
No.
Margaret?
No.
Valerie?
Abstain.
Gail?
No.
Alita?
Abstain.
Peter?
Abstain.
Elizabeth?
Ashby?
Abstain.
Rita?
Abstain.
Anthony?
Abstain.
David?
No.
Sharon?
Abstain.
Michelle?
Michelle? Michelle?
Michelle, unmute.
She's still muted.
Michelle, just unmute.
We get her vote by chat.
What about chat?
Yeah, Michelle,
I'll
can you
let you
chat
know
your
if she
vote?
sends it.
She said what?
I will let you know when she
Let
sends
us
it.
know.
Okay. Okay. All right. So it looks like it passed so far, but we're waiting on her vote. So I'll give the final tally. We'll get the vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we'll now move to the Transportation Committee, Chuck and Craig.
Craig, go ahead and unmute.
I'm unmuted. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to handle this item, as I think many of you heard during the public comment period. This is an application on behalf of the Frick Collection for a new revocable consent to construct, maintain, and use an ADA ramp with stairs on the south sidewalk of East 71st Street. So this proposal essentially is just for the ramp itself. And just, I want to be clear as to the history of this. So this goes back to the original Frick expansion proposal that originally went through landmarks in 2018 and then to the full board. Now, if you'll recall, landmarks voted to disapprove it, but in that disapproval, they excluded the ramp, specifically this ramp to the art reference library. So we're talking about the art reference library ramp on 71st Street, and that was taken out of the landmarks disapproval. And then the full plan, we took as a board no position on it, but the disapproval, just to be clear, did not include this ramp. So now they came back and have a slightly revised ramp proposal. And that is what we are voting on here. So given the late hour, I don't want to just go on about this. So let's see if anyone has any comments on it and take it from there. So the first hand I see is Alita Camp.
Thank you. I know it's late. I just want to say the ramp is for accessibility, so let's keep it to accessibility. I'd like to make another motion that we approve the ramp for accessibility, but that its use be limited to the hours that the library is open, since that is the ostensible reason the Frick gave for having the ramp.
So is that a substitute resolution you're?
I guess so. I'm tired and I don't know the procedures, but.
Yeah, it's a substitute.
So is there a second to that substitute resolution? All right, I think I hear Rita raising her hands. Okay, next we have Rebecca Dangor.
I mean, I think that could have been a friendly amendment, but I guess I called a question.
Call the question on the substitute.
Yeah, Valerie votes in favor of that.
Yeah, I think it's a.
No, sorry, Valerie's not voting in favor. Sorry, I thought Valerie was seconding.
So
she just,
I will
okay.
pause.
I would say unless, if you've got your, yeah, if you've got, just generally, if you have your hand up through Zoom, don't wave your hand physically unless you're trying to second something, because it creates confusion because we see your hand up in Zoom. So let's go back to Craig.
Okay, so I guess let's.
Sorry, wait, did we not? We did not call the question there?
I don't know if we called the question.
What happened? Rebecca, what was your?
Did anyone second the motion to call to question?
Please put your thumbs up if you second the motion.
Rita seconds. Rita seconds calling the question.
Okay, so this is a
Valerie has a point of information. Let's go to Valerie's point of information before we go to vote.
Okay.
I apologize for raising my hand. Craig, can you just clarify back to the vote in 2018? Are you saying that we took no position on this ramp?
We took no position as a board on the entire Frick proposal. However, when the Landmarks Committee crafted their resolution for the ramp, for the entire proposal, they excluded the ramps from the disapproval, and the whereas clauses were supportive of accessibility and the ramps. Now, those ramps have been since, that ramp, this one on 71st Street, has since been modified, as was explained earlier. It's now been shortened by 6 feet.
Okay, so there were several comments in the public comments where there were mentioned that we approved this ramp, and I didn't remember that we approved it. I think you're saying the same thing. That's all.
That's why I want to be clear, because it was there was some it wasn't clear, or someone may have misspoken before, but I went back and checked. And
okay, That's the
That
way I
is-
remembered it
that
too.
is the
So
case.
thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
All right, so is anyone opposed to calling the question on the substitute motion? Okay, well, there's some hands up, but calling the question is passed, so let's do a vote.
All right, so please raise your hand if you would like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause. Chuck?
Okay, not voting for cause, my firm has represented the Frick on this project.
Thank you. Lori?
Hi, I just have this is a question of information, I guess. What exactly is the friendly amendment? What are the specific words? What are we voting on?
I believe it was that the ramp would, we are saying that we want the ramp to only be used during the, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm mistaken, Alita could correct it, during the operating hours of the art reference library.
For accessibility purposes.
For accessibility purposes only.
Loading purposes, yeah.
And how are you going, how would that, I don't understand how that would work. Are you going to block it off when there's not, you're going to put a gate over it when it's not operating hours of the museum?
That's
All
I think that's a
right.
substitute.
Whatever. Okay, I'm going to vote no. I'm going to vote no because that's not
Okay.
not
The no is
practicable.
voted. David
practical.
Halpern.
Not voting for cause, I was retained by a community group to prove that there was a better plan than the current plan. And we believe there was a much better plan, so I'm not voting for cause.
Thank you. Elaine Walsh?
Could you clarify, it's for accessibility only? Is there an inference then that they would redo the ramp so that it doesn't have to be as large? Because I don't understand why it has to be that long. So is
No, that's not.
It's a restriction
that's
on
not
the use. It's a restriction on the use only.
on the
It's
use
not
for
It's a use restriction.
disability during the library hours only, right?
During the hours that it's open to the public. That's right.
For the library.
That I think was Alita's intent, that it would be for the library only.
Right.
Can we maybe unmute Alita just to clarify the new?
Thank you, Rebecca. There is the main entrance. I don't know if this will help clarify, Lori. Also, there's the main entrance to the museum and also an access to the library is on East 70th Street. Those hours are different. The library hours on East 71st Street, which is the issue of this ramp, are more limited than the museum hours. And the Frick came, I believe, and talked a lot about accessibility, and that's the purpose of the ramp. So my substitute resolution was to suggest that the hours, there's a door, it's not a gate, it's a door.
Is it the question, Alita? Is it about the library hours or the other hours?
It's the library hours because the museum is accessible by a ramp.
No, that's the answer. So we got to keep voting.
There's full
can we
accessibility with different,
Got it.
more extensive hours on East
That's
70.
no, you've answered the question. You've answered the question.
Thank you. Sorry,
Yes,
sorry.
I just want to make sure that Elaine and Lori get to vote the way they want to based on that information. So can we make sure they're both unmuted? Starting with Lori, because she was first. Are you still a no?
There we go. I am voting no.
Okay, thank you. Elaine?
Unmute me.
You're unmuted.
You are
Yeah, you're
unmuted.
unmuted.
I don't. Okay.
You're unmuted now.
I'll vote yes.
You're voting yes. Thank you. Next, I see Rita Popper's hand is up.
I'm voting no because of what was just said. Somebody who
We can't.
uses the
Sorry.
ramp
You just have to vote.
No, because they can get down to the bottom and
Thank you. The motion passes. Apologies. My brain is a little too tired to have the tally immediately ready. I'll get it to you in 2 seconds.
Okay. So I think we are ready to move to the Landmarks Committee.
Thanks, Andrea has the vote count from the last one.
Andrea?
Okay,
Please go
sorry.
ahead.
The New York State Act, it's passed 24 yeses, 6 noes, and 7 abstaining.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's turn it over to David for the Landmarks Committee.
Could you also please unmute Anthony since he wrote one of the resolutions?
Of course.
Thank you. We have 3 resolutions, but very quickly before we get into them, it's important sometimes to bring you information that we've received from the public. A little under a year ago, 210 52nd Street, Treadwell Farm Historic District had come to us with changes from what had been approved 4 years prior. And those changes were to legalize the fact that the building was built much larger in terms of the expansion vertically, as well as other changes, and we disapproved it. It has been sitting at Landmarks now for almost a year. We learned last night that it may be coming back to Landmarks. If it's coming back to Landmarks with another plan, then we think it obviously should come before the board. In addition, we've learned that the violations, which were worth about $350,000 a year ago, are now up to $650,000, and that the building is not protected. So we're looking at benign neglect in terms of the building not being taken care of, and we're also looking at the buildings either side deteriorating in their basements because the water that's infiltrating the building that's not protected is now infiltrating the basements. To make a long story short, we were asked as a board to do something, and we have, and as a committee, we've asked Russell if he will help us, basically a letter to the Landmarks Preservation Commission, and also possibly in some form reaching the Department of Buildings, who, as far as we can tell, has not done its job in monitoring that building. So with that, you're up to date on a crisis at Treadwell Farm Historic District. We might as well.
David, I just want to observe that the third item is unanimous and the first item is unanimous. And so it may be that people might want to take the unanimous items together.
They are welcome to do that. And normally I like them to understand what they're voting on. But in this particular case, if they just want to, given how late it is, if they just want to vote yes or no, they can do that on the unanimous items. So if somebody wants to call the question on the 2 unanimous items, it's fine.
Give Rebecca and Rami. Rebecca?
Yes, I was going to both call the question on the 2 unanimous items and also read the vote tally for the last vote, which is 33 yes, 2 no, and 2 abstentions. And I called the question on the items 1 and 3.
Second.
Okay, anyone opposed to calling the question on the 2? I don't see any hands. So let's do it, secretaries.
This is my vote. Anyone voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause, please raise your hand. Seeing none, I think the motion carries 37 to 0.
Okay, I can go through the second one very quickly because it's a small issue. So if you can share the screen and show
Is this the right one, David?
No. This is no, that's the first one. The second one.
There you go.
That's it. 18 East 68th Street. That's the building as it exists. It's been restored already under separate applications. They believe that once upon a time there were urns on these plinth blocks. They want to put lions on them instead. And there is no history that's recorded that shows what was actually on the plinth blocks. Let's go to the next one. They showed us 4 or 5 situations in the neighborhood where lions were present. And this shows you the size of the lion, 33 inches high, 13 and a half wide. And this shows you the lion sitting on the plinth blocks in scale. There was one person opposed, namely Anthony, so he may want to speak to it.
Okay. Yes, actually, David's absolutely correct. There were no urns present in the 1939 tax photo, and in a admittedly brief internet search, I couldn't find a picture that showed them. I think my objection is that the lions seemed somewhat less than totally appropriate, and also they also seemed too small. But my real objection was to the other element of the application, which was a gate at the very top of the stairs, I guess to discourage loitering. And I generally object to gates in these kinds of locations. And I presumed during my vote that this would be passed and expected to be passed tonight. And I certainly have no extremely strong objections as this is being returned to being a single family dwelling, which it was originally. And they've certainly done a fine job on the restoration of the exterior otherwise. So
right.
I'll still vote no, but I don't expect anyone to follow me over the cliff on this one.
Just to add what to what Anthony said is that the gate matches the railing that has already been put in place, and it has to be on the stairs because this is one of those houses where the steps and the areaway are already beyond the property line on the public way. And last but not least, Anthony is absolutely correct. It's a private residence. It's not. It like it could be a public building, but they already have had people sitting on the steps constantly, and so it's to protect the residents. So that's the full story.
Yeah.
Barry has his hand up.
So I guess we
Call
need
the question.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there a second? I assume somebody's seconding it.
Ron seconds.
Yes.
Barbara
Rita.
seconds. All right. Call the roll.
All right, I will take this vote. If you're voting no, abstaining or not voting for cause, please raise your hand. Anthony Cohen.
No.
All right. I'll give everyone a few more seconds. But seeing no other hands, the vote passes 36-1 to 0.
Thank you. All right, let's move now to the Street Life Committee. Thank you, David and Anthony. And okay, Abraham unfortunately had to leave, so we're going to turn it over to Goss to do Street Life.
Okay, it's always nice to have the best at last and the shortest till last. So we have 1A, 1B, 1D, 1E, and 1F unanimous. So if we can take all those together.
Rita has her hand up.
Call the question.
Second.
Any opposed? No opposition. Let's call the roll.
Okay, I'm on mute. Okay. Please raise your hand if you are voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause. Valerie Mason.
I heard somebody in the public comments be against one of them, so
No, that's the next one, Valerie.
Non-unanimous.
okay, I'm sorry, then I'm for it, whatever it is.
You're forgiven.
You froze when you spoke. I thought we were taking them all at once. I was just being.
No, not 1C. 1C is on its own.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll go to the next one. The next one is.
Yes.
Oops.
Sorry. Okay.
It passed. Go ahead, Kaz.
Okay, the next one is 1C, portable provision, 220 East 81st. This has come before us when they wanted to do a private club. What they are doing now is opening up a restaurant. The question came up about catering. What they do is they are a restaurant. They will close it for private functions. They do orders to go. They're going to be like any other restaurant in the city. Marco was opposed to it, but in the resolution that they agreed that not a catering facility and only occasionally hosting private events. So let's unmute Marco and see what he has or hear what he has to say.
Well, thank you, Coz. I oppose because, first of all, this is a threatening of the RAB district. This venue is located in the mid-block. It already has a CEO, which basically allows to operate as a restaurant, as a group 6. And that I do not have objection, and I support that. In addition, also, they want to put an outside structure to use the road. And I don't oppose that. I think they have the right to do that. What I'm opposing is they use, I don't know, this person, they use 80-20, 80% legal and 20% unlawful, meaning that 80% is in the group 6 and 20% is in the group 9, which is a catering facility. And that is, I think, this is a threatening of the RAB. Regardless, they could be just only the blood center is a huge impact in the community, or this is small. And little by little, we are losing our mid-block, and I think it's wrong. And also, clearly, if you see the CEO said clearly is group 6. But this applicant, he wasn't happy because with the CEO, because they saying that they have only 6 people in that facility. They went to DOB, and DOB, they approved to a maximum of 74 people. I do not have objection to that. However, DOB said you cannot go more higher than group 6, which is, this is a restaurant, but it cannot go to 20% to group 9. This is completely a zoning issue. And the other part is they're claiming, and as you see, by the way, behind me, that is the letter of no objection from the Department of Buildings that was approved. So the other issue that came is the handicap accessible. As you see in my back, there is 2 steps. And one step is approximately 4 inches, and the other step is at 3 inches. It's between 7 to 8 inches high. And they said that is in compliance with the ADA. And let me read what it is, a compliance with ADA, according with the Department of Buildings. Accessible route, a continuous, unobstructed path, connecting all accessible spaces and rooms in a building that can be negotiated by all categories of people having physical disability. Interior accessible routes may include corridors, doorways, floor, ramps, elevator, lifts, and clear floor space adjacent to fixtures. Exterior accessible routes may include parking access island, curbs, ramps, walks, ramps, and lifts. So clearly in this case, this person is not in compliance with the American Disability Act, and also they want to breach the zoning resolution. You cannot increase more non-compliance. They already has been having a grandfather, which basically is in the present law is unlawful. However, because it was prior to 1964, they allowed to have this grandfather, and I do not object that. What I object is basically the use as a catering facility. Thank you.
Okay, Barbara, can we unmute Barbara? You there, Barbara?
Yeah. Am I
got it
unmuted now? Okay.
Yeah, we hear you.
Good. This went on, as far as the ramp goes, almost every restaurant, you need a ramp. They'll get a ramp. I'm sure that every restaurant does it. This went on for 45 minutes. This is not a catering place. There's very few seats. The question was, would you ever close for a private party? Like every other restaurant, they said yes. They said, if you come and say you're having a birthday party with 45 people or whatever the number was, we will close for that party. There is nothing different. This went on. These are hardworking people, and it's mid-block. In fact, on that block, there are other restaurants that are mid-block. And I don't know what it was, but it was accusatory and unpleasant. And I really came away having a tough time sleeping after that meeting, I will say. I hope that we vote for it without any more questions.
Anthony.
Hi. There is, I think I actually agree with all of Marco's points, and feel even more strongly that this is a part of a continued degrading of the R8B zone. It's bad enough that residential blocks are threatened at their ends, but to have more and more restaurants and more facilities that even if it's once in a blue moon provide catering, it is once again the thin wedge that will eventually degrade and destroy our neighborhoods. And I think that when you look at the R8B blocks that do not have commercial mid-block establishments, you can see quite clearly that there is a different character from those who do have them. And I think that every day with every new development, we lose part of the character of our city and of our neighborhoods. And I think that at some point, you just have to say no. This has nothing to do with whether or not the owners are hardworking people. This has nothing to do with whether or not they are virtuous or that is a particular virtuous example of something. At some point, you just have to say no. Thank you.
Thanks. Elaine?
I agree with both Marco and Anthony. The people who have leased this property knew at the time it was an R8B and what the limitations are. Again, another slippery slope. In addition, this restaurant is not going to put a ramp out. They need to do, I'm not going to get into how you do it, but they are one of many restaurants that have not become ADA. They have renovated the restaurant. They have to be in compliance. I also understand there's a second floor to be used as a reference restaurant. And I'd like to know whether there's an elevator to go up, because if not, they're not ADA compliant. But right now, the issue for us should be the violation of the R8B zoning. If you believe that our community in 1985 fought to preserve our community, then you have to vote no on this application.
Thank you. Mrs. Brown?
Good evening. Cause I was of the understanding that there was a friendly amendment and that there was 2 stipulations. That one of the stipulation was that there would not be any catering other than private parties. I think the second stipulation that it had to be ADA compliant, and the applicant agreed to that. And I posed the question to Marco at that time. I asked if there was an elevator, how does one access the second floor? Does the establishment have to be ADA compliant on both floors? So I didn't hear you mention anything about the amended resolution. So I'm confused. I thought I was in the same meeting with everybody else. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm looking at the agreed that they will not use the rear yard and they will operate as a restaurant and not a catering facility, and only occasionally host private events. There is nothing about, well, the second floor, there is no elevator, definitely no elevator in that small building. And there is nothing about the ramp in the minutes, in the resolution.
Well, then that's an error, because it was addressed, and I think Barbara even stated she didn't have a problem after the 45-minute discourse with the regulations.
Okay, well, we can check on that.
Thank you.
The other one, Chuck.
I'd like to call the question.
Do we have a second?
Rebecca.
Yeah, okay. Okay. The question has come up about the zoning. We are here to hear about the liquor license or the restaurant. I think if this is something to do with zoning, then it should go to the zoning committee or other committees. I mean, we are not, the street life is specifically for cafes, restaurants, beer, liquor, and other things. We are not here for the zoning. So that's where my confusion is. So, yeah, I'm only filling in.
Questions been called on the,
okay,
yeah, the questions are called on the resolution. So, but hold on, Alita has a point of information.
Thank you. I don't know what this really is, but if we vote no on a resolution with specifications or restrictions on something the owner has agreed to, and it votes down, when the SLA looks at it, do they have a right to just give them what they're asking for without the special restrictions that the board may have imposed? Yes,
whatever stipulations we put, they take, it goes on the liquor license.
But if we vote no, then the SLA doesn't have to put any stipulations.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So the question's been called in.
Yeah, voting on whether to call the question.
Any opposed to calling? Okay, we have 3 opposed to calling the question. So I guess we call the question.
Yeah.
All right, just for everyone's information, we are now voting on street life item 1C. you would like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause, please raise your hand.
And we lowered all the hands who were up previously. So if you had your hand up for voting a no to calling the question.
All right, let's start with Marco.
No.
Great. Next, we're calling on Michelle Birnbaum.
No.
Next, Anthony Cohen.
No.
Rita Popper.
Oh, sorry, Rita, I muted you.
No.
Gail Barron.
No.
Elizabeth Ashby.
No.
Mrs. Brown.
Cause did not answer the question. There was a stipulation regarding the ADA ramp. He stated that it's not in the minutes. That needs to be corrected. How can one vote on something when we agreed on something at the meeting? We need clarification regarding that.
I guess we're going to have to check the video, the minutes, the meeting video.
So then how does this affect the vote?
Well, we can put the stipulation on the ramp.
All right, thank you.
If they
Can we have
agree to
clarification on your vote?
Since they're going to put the stipulation on the ramp, my vote is going to be yes.
Thank you.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
the rest is above my pay grade. Elaine Walsh.
No, I had wanted to move to table this and to send it to zoning. I don't think we should be voting on this until we go to zoning.
It could still go to zoning.
Keep going with the roll.
Peggy Price.
No.
Thank you. Valerie Mason.
No.
Oh. Lowell Barton.
Oh, sorry, Lil, I muted you. Try that again.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lita Camp. Apologies for my dog.
Is there a stipulation on catering? I'm so confused.
Yeah, there is.
Yes. No catering.
Guys, you want to read it again? It says they will operate as a restaurant, not a catering facility, and only occasionally host private events.
And we don't have a definition of occasionally.
No, it is not a defined term in their resolution.
No.
Okay, no, I'm counting a no vote for Lita Camp. Any other hands that I've missed? Seeing none, the resolution passes. We have 11 no's. I will get you the total yeses in a moment.
Thank you. Well, the decision to go to zoning will rest with Russell. Thanks, Russell.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. So that is it for the Street Life Committee. So that's all of the committee reports and action items. So old business, not Elaine.
Under old business, since we just did it, I'm asking Russell to please send this over to zoning to look at. This is a serious, serious issue for our community. So will you please do that?
Yeah, I think if you guys want to put it on your agenda, then you know, send it in the agenda. Well, sorry, it's not. The co-chairs can send it to me in the agenda, and we'll deal with it.
Yes. Thank you very much. Okay.
Sure. Next, Mrs. Brown.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay. let's just run through the rest of the items here quickly. So there is a second to the motion to adjourn, but Chuck, that doesn't cut short, that doesn't take us out of new business, does it? And Valerie, can we unmute them?
That's non-debatable motion. It's a priority motion.
I just asked to read the last vote into the record because I have the numbers now. It is 26 to 11 to 0. Thank you.
Motion to adjourn is a priority motion, takes, that if it passes, that's the end of it.
Okay, was it seconded?
Yeah, I seconded it.
Okay, so let's just put all the hands down and vote on it. So if you don't want to adjourn, raise your hand. That's one. Okay, two. Hold on. Another few seconds here. All right, so two hands. So that motion to adjourn passes. So we are adjourned. And thank you very much, everybody, for sticking it out. And we will see you next time.